Got a spicy list for you behind me up here this way, as you can see. This is something that the second that I played against something similar to like this, I wanted to build it, and I actually brewed it from scratch. I didn't go on Goldfish yet to see what other people are doing as far as this archetype is concerned, but we have some of the classic offenders, right? There's Asmore with cookbooks, right? We've got, you know, things you would normally see out of a Panza shell, like Utopia Elf, to go big on our mana. We've got Finale of Devastation to go find Asmore, to go find the Gorilla Shaman. We are playing essentially 4 full copies of Coding, but access to 6 copies in the main because we got 3 Codings itself and 3 Karn Great Creators. I'm playing around with the Scion of Urza because I do think that this is a colorless enough deck that might benefit from another Walker, and I do think that Karn Scion of Urza is going to be stronger in a more dedicated to the Sagas list. In this list, Saga finds a whole heck of a lot more than the previous list I was just playing, and I do think that the Construct plan is a straight-up progressive plan for this. We're playing a Titania as a Finale target, or we can just draw her. I'm playing a Singleton Feasting Troll, not because he's a Finale of Devastation target, but because we can just discard him to the cookbooks, bring him back with food. I am playing also the Daredevil as well. I can't imagine we would ever Devastation for the Daredevil, but maybe. I have a couple more Devastation targets in the board. Something that Panza is a little soft to, and you'll see that I also have a Trinisphere as a Karn target, is combo, specifically Storm-like combo. Other types of combo too, sure, but Eidolon is something I can go get against those types of decks. Other decks like, and then of course we also have a Masked Vandal. I wanted to have a few more Finale of Devastation targets, so these are the ones that I picked for now. But most of our sideboard is dedicated to a Karn board. We've got everything in here from an extra, from the first Crypt to an extra cookbook to an extra. I thought about not playing the 4th cookbook at all, and then I decided it is nice for me to have the discard outlet from the sideboard as well. Hey, what's up, Cylon? This is probably your style of deck that you're looking at right here, my friend. I'm excited. I'm taking Titania in a rather different direction. Yeah, Gruul Kitchen. Karn's Kitchen. Let's go. I'm pretty sure this will work. I'm just going to throw us straight into a league and Gruul Kitchen, Gruul Smash. Yeah, Smash we eat indeed. As our big boy Borborigmos would say. Nice. I feel like you know more of the commands off the back of MTG Bot than I do, Cylon. I'm not promising a full league. Finale has gone up a lot. Gosh, if you speculated on Finale, you made bank. I live in the internet. Did you always have that avatar? I'm looking at you in the stream avatars, and I'm wondering if you always had that particular avatar. What if I could even do this? Does that get rid of it if I do that? No, it doesn't. Is that what that's from? Cutest card in my deck is actually the Scion of Urza, and I realize that. Or maybe the Tutor Bowl Vandal and Eidolon, but we'll see. I like having a little bit of spice. Oh, also I threw in a Brainstorm. No, your Blackheart. Ah. We keep this, right? It's got Utopia, it's got the mana necessary. I don't actually need red, by the way, in my whole deck that I'm aware of. Now I need red for a Singleton Eidolon, so we actually could just go Sprawl on a basic for green. That way I could Finale next turn, because I actually can't Asmore out of my hand. So I'm thinking Snow-Covered Forest, and I'm thinking we Sprawl for green. We'll look like Enchantress if I do this. No, no, no. My Twitch icon is Odin. Oh. Oh, on your profile. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I meant the... Sorry. Your avatar, though, next to my face. Which, by the way, I didn't switch interfaces. My bad. Yeah, so let's just finale for an Asmore. Unless we want to go get... hold on. Actually, I can just get the Asmore on the table right now, naturally. I just realized, because I have a cycle of a Tranquil Thicket. Could play out this coding. I'm actually just going to go Asmore. I didn't realize that I just had the nuts. I should pay attention more, right, guys? We're up against Humies. Is this Reflector Mage my Asmore? That's okay. We can finale for her. And I can just discard her as well. To the cookbook. So there's one food. It's also just playing out Karn and making a construct. A Karnstruct. If I made a Karnstruct, it's a 3/3. Which almost is good enough to do battle with them. Our hand was actually really nuts. This engine's actually really strong. I mean, I knew that when I started playing it. Let's just go get an Asmore. Could grab the one that's in my creature. I'm going to get one that's in my library instead. So I don't draw it. I don't think I want to draw another one. So we got all our cookbooks. I could even let go of this liquid metal coating. We didn't draw the synergy pieces for it. Granted, I know I could have gotten Monkey just now, but I didn't have enough mana to really make that worth. I don't think I want more than 2 cookbooks going. I don't think our deck can support more than 2. I mean, if I play second cookbook, I'm setting myself up for more food eating, right? But we're probably just playing Karn next turn. Yeah, I think I will play one more food. Or sorry, one more cookbook. This is kind of like a punishing fire almost of Modern, right? I mean, I can't kill Reflector Mage, but I'm big enough to block the Reflector Mage. Well, I mean, our plan is to just make tons of food and play Karn and make a Karnstruct, right? Now, Humans is tough for us because they board into a bunch of that one guy. It may not be right for me to dump the coating. I may want to hold on to it. Steve says gifting a sub should be worth way more bow ties. Ooh, Thalia's Lieutenant? That's scary. Now, since the way that Asmore is... Oh, wait, we can kill the Reflector Mage. Okay. I probably want to shoot... If I kill the Lieutenant here, they just copy the Mage and put my Asmore back into my hand. I guess I'm okay with that, though. I don't really want them to bounce my Asmore again, I don't think. This is an interesting moment for us. Well, we know we can discard the third cookbook. Let's have the Reflector Mage die, and we'll let them copy the Lieutenant here. So there's the Gorilla Shaman, so I'm glad that I didn't dumpster the coating. Now, Gorilla Shaman, of course, is non-creature, however. If I played coating, I'd only get one of their lands this turn. I might just want to slam Karn and make a Karnstruct, and then I have the option to dumpster both of my other cards. I think against Humans, I'm supposed to do this line. It's a 3/3, but I can make it a 5/5. And we have Asmore. Just need to protect the Karn and get to the second construct, I think. Or Karnstruct, I should say. We might lose here. We'll see. It's humans. What are you going to do, right? Ah, the Mantis Rider. Okay, we're taking to the sky. That's not good because they can hit my Karn. I mean, I can eat that Mantis Rider. It's like protecting Karn is worth giving up the Shaman and the Coding. And they don't know that I'm willing to pitch both of my cards here to eat the Mantis Rider. I think if we can live this turn and make another Karn struct, we're in a good spot. And then I can just start plussing this. I think this Karn is actually quite good in this shell. Okay, just the Mantis Rider. Okay, interesting. Yeah, let's just ditch our cards and eat this. This is such a silly engine in Modern. Alright, we eat it. A Sprawl, I can just turn that into more food. Let's make another Construct. It's another 4/4s. If I pop the Blast Zone where it's at now, that's a bad idea. I could try to get the Blast Zone up to 2. I don't think I'm attacking yet, right? I think we need to set up to blow away their lieutenants. Is this another Mantis Rider? Okay, so they are going to get my Karn off the table, but I think it's going to be alright. So I could kill the lieutenant here by sacrificing a construct. I don't think that's worth it. I think we just take the 5 and we'll set up the blast zone to blow up both of these. So we're going to lose Karn here, but we made 2 constructs. Let's not forget to charge up our blast zone. So we set the blast zone to 2. I don't know if I can afford to dump the Utopia Sprawl because I might need to play that to... If we're giving up the zone... Okay, so we just do another land. So I may want to cantrip with Peatland before I make the decision on what we're doing. Most cards I draw aren't going to be red, so I'm actually going to draw like this. Oh, actually, I just punted. I forgot that it's 1 more mana to activate the blast zone than it is to put charge counters on it. I may have just really hurt us. This line would have been fine if I'd played my Utopia Sprawl first. Now I almost feel like I'm priced into double cookbook. Let's see, we're at 12. Well, double cookbook to take out the Mantis Rider, right? Asmore shouldn't attack here, but the Construct certainly could. But then if they swing back, how am I doing, right? Well, my plan is to eat the Rider. Really, the only thing that kills me is, what, another Lieutenant or a clone? They have a lot of that potential. I think we just ship it back. I messed up. I got a little greedy with trying to cycle the Peatland. I think we ship it back. We'll just spend the turn having good blocks on the ground and eating the Mantis Rider, I think. So that's my bad. Then that's just part of my inexperience with, you know, Blast Zone. I guess I don't play it all that much. Ooh, so they did have a Phantasmal. That's bad for us. Okay. I can't take them off the Lieutenant. Although, oh yeah, maybe I should have copied or killed the Mantis Rider though. Yeah, because that's how we lose this, is them having flyers. I did think about that for a second and then I just went along with it. Is this another Lieutenant? Oh wow, their draw was very good. So it doesn't even matter, folks. Like, I do think that me killing the Rider would have been huge. Wow, just drawing it like crazy. That's pretty darn good for our opponent. So 2 6s. Yeah, if I had killed the other, if I had killed this rider, they wouldn't copy the rider. I wouldn't be taking 4 or 8 in the air. I don't know if I can really afford to trade off my constructs like this, right? Like because of my mistake, I killed us. Like we were gonna blast zone away these two and eat the Mantis Rider. I made us lose. It's not the deck's fault. That was my fault. I don't think we want to give up the Asmore engine, but the constructs are really important blockers now because I messed up. 12. We can eat a rider. I mean, sadly, we're not killing something else with Asmore for a long time. We could give her up and keep the constructs around, and then that would be like a block like this. No, cancel. Let's go to blocks. Yeah, I killed us. We actually had this maybe. So that's still lethal. The problem with this block is, like, this block would actually work out okay, but I die. If I do this block, we live, and then I pop the blast zone, and then we still probably die to the extra Mantis Rider, right? So I'm going to take 4. Asmore dies under the Lieutenant. One of our constructs gets eaten up by the Thalia's Lieutenant because they're both going to shrink down to 4/4s. Yeah, I really messed us up. We actually were a shoo-in maybe to win this. They only have 1 card left. Gosh, I'm really kicking myself. I'm sorry I forgot that that's how much Blast Zone costs to activate. Yeah, we just don't have enough mana to activate. It's 3 and tap. So, see? Alright, anyway, let's kill this rider. It's a little depressing to, like, have the win and then I throw it away. Classic Brew Spy maneuver. Classical Brew Spy maneuver. To have the win and then, oh wow, now we have the Daredevil. It's maybe a little too late. Maybe a little too late. Snatching defeat from the jaws of victory. I know, right? We had victory there, and I threw it away. I think I played it more or less correct up until that mistake turn. So we're going to win this block on the Noble Hierarch, but I'm probably just going to die to the Mantis Rider. Well, maybe not. I can make lots of food and eat food. Actually, we might not be dead. Is that how dumb our deck is, maybe? So they need to draw pretty insane again. I mean, they've been doing just that. Here's another Lieutenant. Oh, okay, Medley Mage. Sure. Name Asmore. I actually have more copies of Finale than Asmore, but... Okay, so that land gives me access to eat both foods. So how much am I healing for? I'm healing for 6. They don't have a good block. I'm swinging 7 and then 7. I think we swing. Because, okay, sure, they could top deck, like, another rider. But that doesn't even kill us, right? That almost does, but it doesn't. And I need to swing, and we win. Right? They're at 14. I'm going to grow this twice, because we have the Daredevil. Yeah. Man. Be great if we still win despite my missequence there with the Peat land. Hit you for 7. Pass it back. Please don't have the nuts. They need like land rider lieutenant or something. Reflector mage. That's pretty good. That sets me back. So we need to draw more stuff. Go up to 10, but I take 6 down, back down to 4. There's a saga. That's exactly what we need to see. That's almost precisely maybe what I would need to see in this situation. Oh, this is still like maybe we're dead though, but... Man, they're just ripping like crazy. They're not hitting like any lands. Just 3 lands and just doom, 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 doom. Yeah, we threw it. Like, I actually had the win, I think. I don't know, though. Like, they were drawing really, really well, and all that we hit after that one turn where we would have blown away the lieutenants. We did take a lot of damage that turn that I blew away the lieutenants, though, in fairness. Like, we took a lot of damage that turn that I blew those away. Or should have blown those away. Or no, yeah, the turn that I did blow them away. Excuse me, in theory, in my mind, right, the correct piloting play we did. We're about to draw a Troll King, too. In this matchup, there's really not much sideboarding at all. I mean, Clothies is slow. If you want the Vandal to take care of one of their Aether Vials, that's reasonable. It also blocks well. That's about it. There's really not any other switching we really get to do. Yeah, I threw that away. We had it. There's like other little modifications, I suppose. Like Relic is weak, it just cantrips. I don't want to mainboard the bridge, do I? I think we still want that as the Karn target. We might just want Batterskull in. Because it's a lot of mana to go Karn and get it, and then, yeah. I don't know, maybe I'm wrong about that, because turn 4 Karn, then turn 5 Skull. Sign of Urza, like, yes, made 2 blockers, but then they just answer them. I know that my opponent's bringing in a playset of the Vidalcan guy. It's a detention sphere on legs. So, like, our construct plan is not nearly as good post-board. I mean, Gorilla Shaman already goes after their Aether Vials. I think the Masked Vandal's wrong. Pithy Needle is something I wouldn't search for, but I would just use it on their Vials, I guess. You can also name Noble Hierarch. Oh, no, wait, unless they're mana abilities. Never mind, we can't. I was thinking of Revoker. I don't really have time to go find the cookbook. Let's just bring it in. You could say the same about coding, and then it's like, okay, well, then what is Karn even doing, right? I guess, like, if we're just putting these into the deck and not Karn searching for them, what is Karn even doing? Hey, what's up, Hydra? I messed up. We actually, I think, had the win. Oh, yeah, Karn is basically just an Ensnaring Bridge or the Batterskull, right? In this matchup, maybe the Ballista. Ballista should just be in, right? Yeah, Ballista should just be in. I actually don't think the humans care so much about the Feasting Troll King. Like, this grind engine is sweet, but, like, it didn't really matter. I think just killing their creatures was enough with Asmore. I think the match is also too fast for, like, our Expedition map, Brainstone kind of fun nonsense. I'll keep this in, and I actually will still play Karn, I think, now that I think about it. Yeah, let's cut some of the slower stuff, like Clothies, the stone, the map. All right, let's do it. Let's see if we can still win despite me throwing away from the clutches, like you said, of victory our first game. I mean, like, this hand does have a Blast Zone. We set Blast Zone to 2 in this matchup, or 3. I don't get to start putting charge counters on it, though, till turn 3. This hand is a little slow. It's very much like just basically a Saga hand. This hand's quite a bit faster. Keep, and I'll actually put back a fetch. So this is good. You want to lead Elf, actually. In this situation. Ooh, we drew a finale. Sweet. Do I still have ways in deck to win despite bridging? Without Clothies in, what do we do when we bridge? I kill all their creatures. I draw lots of cards. I guess eventually I could remove my own bridge, right? With Shaman? Yeah, so we could set up an ensnaring bridge. It's not a big deal. I was just making sure that's a fine play. I mean, I could just go get the Batterskull, though. Like, turn 3 Batterskull might be enough. Oh, no, I just put it in, didn't I? No, I could go get it. I mean, they can play through a Batterskull, though. Torpor Orb also just turns off their deck pretty much, right? That's true. Torpor Orb makes their deck quite a bit worse. We can go get the Batterskull next, maybe. I like Finaleing and Torpor Orbing, because we're going to have 1 more mana than we just had. Medley Mage for Torpor Orb, it's fine. No, get Orb, they'll Medley Mage it, then grab Batter. Yeah. Well, I won't be able to because Karn's taking a hit. I can use Torpor Orb as a... Or no, I can't even cast it. Ooh, Karn. Hang on, so we have some plays here. We got some plays. So I can go get Asmore. Yeah, we can't. Let's see, we have an Asmore, and I also have Hardcast Karn here. I think that's going to be good enough, right? Let's make sure. We don't want to get something else right now. We want to get Asmore. Okay, so let's go get Asmore. Search my library. It's funny, the Ballista's in. That's not a valid search right now. I'm not going to take damage on this fetch. I don't need to. Alright, Cookbook. So am I playing Cookbook, ditching the Torpor Orb? Animate the Cookbook? Or am I just playing Karn? Modern needs opposition agent. So we have 4 mana to work with. I'm just trying to think of what I'm supposed to do. It might just be play Cookbook, animate Cookbook. Well, no, I want to discard a card, don't I? Might just be play out Karn. And minus... I don't know, we kind of have a glut of resources here, don't we? To work with. This could get punished by a few different cards in their list. It's too bad I threw away our first game. I think we could have very much won that. Yep, of course they have it. That's the card I was referring to. If they could fly over this turn. Man, okay. So we can get the champion, or I just let that Karn go. I don't think I can afford to let Karn go, because they're going after this Karn. This Karn is dying for sure, but I think I can't let Karn go. Right? Because I need to make another construct, and then I just need to start plussing. You can make the argument, no, Bruce By, you're crazy, because what you're going to do is... I don't know, losing both my walkers seems terrible. I guess I could do this, just a chump. And then the next construct, hopefully, is stronger. Let go of the Asmo. I think I'm supposed to, because this guy's just going to grow. I think keep the Construct, trade here, keep the Construct, make another Construct. Although the Mantis Rider is just going to pummel down my 2 walkers. It's a little embarrassing. We have plenty of mana, but... So there's a Coding, but I don't have the right Karn anymore. We have another blocker this turn. Like, I don't need to do anything with my Arbor Elf. Coding. Make a Karn struct, right? Even though we lose our Karn to the Mantis Rider, just make a 4/4 and swing. I mean, if I plus Karn, he might live, actually, to the flyer this one turn. But then what am I doing? Am I just plussing? Make a 4/4 and swing, make a 6/6. Yeah, we could start trying to race, right? I can't make a 5/5, I don't think. Or no, I could because of Cookbook, yeah. Yeah, good thinking. Let go of this, although... Don't listen to my numbers. I mean, those walkers did soak quite a bit of damage. Let's not sweep that under the rug. Is this just Rider? Rider on Karn? Okay. We have a lot of live top decks since we have the coding, actually. Although they have plenty of mana. Is this another noble? Okay. We could thin, actually. I'm going to. Windswept. Thinning is not as important as just making our constructs bigger. Guess we're on the construct plan, huh? Well, this build of the deck is going to be more on the construct plan than any other Urza Saga deck I've worked on. Medley Mage is blocking. Medley Mage is not blocking. Alright, so constructs grow again because I activate my liquid metal coating. Did I forget to do that earlier? It didn't matter earlier, I think, right? Or no, have we already swung? I could have gotten in one more point of damage if I'd remembered to turn something into an artifact. Just the Rider. I'm not cracking any food. We just want big constructs, right? Unless they cast the what guy, the what's it guy. Looks like they don't have him. They drew like only 3 lands last game. It was pretty nutty. So to only... we have to wait till we hit another card. Yeah, that is a cool little interaction that the liquid metal coating counts as 2 artifacts for constructs. I didn't really think about that till just this match. So we smash again. Just kill 2 of their creatures. Seems good to me. They're trying to hold out for that card I was thinking of. But we'll have an Asmore going with food to eat. That really stinks that I threw away our first game win. It looked like the first game was ours, right? Like even with how well they drew after my misplay, I think that we actually had them. It's another Medley Mage, another Mantis. I think we can beat another Mantis, right? This maybe not if they have... Okay, they don't. Because I think I'm going to get to grow these constructs to the point where they have to start blocking finally with the Mantis Riders. Okay, so we drew a Finale. But shouldn't I just... Well, hang on. How much mana do I have? I have Finale for Titania, don't I? But I don't have the Torpor Orb. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, I have Finale for what's his face? The devil guy. I don't think that's as good as just going for Asmore here, right? Like, Asmore's gonna remove a rider, but I don't even know if that's what I need to do with her. Let's look at our deck. What would I tutor for? Clothies is not in right now. There's the Gorilla Shaman, but it's not even that great here. Just swing both. No, I'm trying to make them even bigger. You're thinking I don't even need to? Like, we're forcing blocks on both ends? Yeah, that's true, because we've got cookbook and coding activations, which I'm planning on just... Yeah, okay. Cool, cool, cool. If I swung everybody, how would they block? I guess they don't care about the Arbor Elf, right? Because they could block, like, this, and then eat up the elf. I think, yeah, just the constructs makes sense. But we'll grow them to 8/8s. So they're both lethal here, between the cookbook and the coding. Okay, so we don't even need to bother because we're just having the same situation. Similar situation. Opponent has shenanigans. It's a dismember. I mean, if I grow twice, I still kill their rider, so it's worth it, right? Because this is getting -5, but I'm growing twice. Seems good to me. We have red source, so I'll ditch this. Asmore hits the table. She goes and gets us another cookbook, which I don't actually think I cast. There we go. Maybe I do. Sweet. I think we boarded all right. What did we took out some of our grindier pieces, right? The map, the brainstone, the relic is bad in this matchup. Torpor Orb is what we wanted to search for. That's what we grabbed. So there was Orb to tutor for, Bridge, and Batterskull. I don't think we want the Masked Vandal or Clothies or anything, right? I don't think we want these additional finale targets. I think we liked having Walking Ballista in, right? Like, would I search for Ballista instead of one of these pieces off of Karn? Maybe. I also think against humans, like, the Gorilla Shaman plan really isn't nearly as strong as it normally is. Just putting that out there. Because, I mean, like, they don't run a lot of lands, so I mean, I like leaving them in because they block and they also go after my opponent's lands with the Liquid Metal Coating plan, which, by the way, they're all just in, which I think is correct. Maybe? Maybe not. Because it is situational, right? Like, I have to have a Shaman for it to be strong. Maybe humans isn't, like, a good matchup for that shenanigans, right? These at least block. Maybe I should just be on the 3 of and have one as a Karn target, but... It's hard to say. Clothies does gain life. I mean, let's not write this card off. Maybe that was a mistake for me to side it out. Because this is also a way for me to win under bridge that's not as slow and grindy as remove my own bridge after I have lethal constructs. I don't know. It does also give us mana, and we are going bigger than your normal Ponza deck, because I do want to go as big as, you know, Titania or Finale for Titania, which is, this is 6 mana. Sorry, this is 7 mana to go get her. So at that point, you're almost spending enough into the finale for, you know... I don't think we'll ever really see the if X is more, because I'm probably going to be discarding pretty consistently extra lands to the cookbooks. I do think it's right for me to bring in the 4th cookbook, though. But let's just bring in Clothies. I think I was maybe wrong. Either Clothies or maybe Vandal, because Vandal kills a... But we already have Shamans to do that, yeah. I think I really only want to bring in the Masked Vandal when there's a very important to kill artifact or, you know, enchantments that the Shamans can't hit. This hand seems okay. It's got a cookbook to start trying to set up the feasting. This is probably, though, you know, turn 1 sprawl for green maybe instead of red. Because if I sprawl for green, I can still finale for Asmore. I'll keep this. Sand also just naturally has Shadow Spear, which should be good in this matchup. I don't know, they're on the play, and I'm kicking myself that I killed us. Oh, wow, they don't have Vial. Another cookbook? Okay, I think we're certainly less on the Shaman plan, more on Asmore, so let's go Sprawl for... and I'm sure somebody out there is thinking, Bruce Spy, just shock yourself. No, I think we can win this game without any red at all. I think we'll just go Forest. Sprawl for Forest. I don't know, we're going to need to draw more than just 1 land as well. Maybe I should just play out the cookbooks next turn and try to just get to the Troll King this way. Honestly, that might be better. Ah, that's pretty good. Alright, another Utopia. So they turned off my Finale, so we can ditch that too. I was thinking of ditching Shaman, Finale, and Troll King. Do you guys think they have a lot of graveyard hate post-board? Reclamation Sage. Okay. Reclamation Sage in my humans deck, huh? Okay. We have a little bit more mana to work with now. Drew Asmore. Okay. So we can get Asmore on the table. That's good. Cookbook on green. Discard the... I guess the Finale, right? I mean, that's what they've named. I mean, sure, we could unlock this. I think the Gorilla Shaman might seriously, though, be worse than Finale, but at least this blocks if we need to. But we don't have the other pieces to make the Gorilla Shaman better, and I could remove the Meddling Mage, thus turning on the Finale. I'm gonna dump the Shaman. I think actually we're just dumping everybody, because I just want to get the feasting out, right? I think we'll just get ourselves the feasting. I mean, sure, they could have exactly Reflector or Deputy. If they have either of those cards, yeah. But what are you gonna do? Looks like they have something else. Do they mean to tap blue? They probably meant to tap blue. So it looks like they do have Reflector Mage. Or... oh, Skyclave? Okay. That's not so bad. We're just going to slap Shadow Spear on our Troll and win the game. Wow, and we drew a Saga? We go up to 25. Champion. Ooh, they have the Reflector. Not bad. So they top decked the Reflector. They would have played it last turn if they had it. We'll ditch that and try to work our way towards it again. So we're going to take a little bit here, but we have some cushion because of the life I gained off of the Shadow Spear hit. So we'll ditch this again. Get a food. Stomping Ground, that's another. And we have a Construct here. Let's see. So here begs the question, do I work towards my feasting or do I just slap Shadow Spear on my Construct? I might just do that. Force them to have another Reflector, which they can't have Skyclave here. I guess they could Skyclave the Shadow Spear. Did I ever get that Replenish deck off the ground? Aether Vial for my opponent. Oh gosh, do you have another? This looks to be maybe a Skyclave. We still have a good block even though they're getting my Shadow Spear this time. Can't target the Construct, it's non-token. I have not yet Equinox. So they're going to go after the Shadow Spear, which is correct. Saga the draw. Okay, hang on. We just do a Finale, though. So is it more correct for me to I might just want to go get Daredevil because I get the feasting back. And that's why I do like having a singleton Daredevil for this situation right here. Let's do some math. Hang on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's 1 shy, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is 1 mana shy of go get the Daredevil. Yeah, even though we have 2 maps. Daredevil would be the best thing for me to go get here since we have the Feasting Troll King. I think instead I have to just go get Asmore, which is not a big, like, that's not a huge upset. Let's tap correctly. We'll go see what else I have. I mean, there's Zurin Orb, which is some more insurance. There's Needle to consider on the Vial, or the Horizon Canopy, actually. I might just want to stop them from having their extra draw versus maybe sacrificing some lands. Let's go Pithing Needle on Horizon Canopy. Alright. Oh yeah, I can't cast it because they have Meddling Mage on it. Never mind, I'm sitting here thinking that's a line I have. It's okay, we'll pitch it to one of our, we'll pitch it to a cookbook. So do they have good blocks for this? If they... I don't think so because we can grow it by 1. We'll hit them down to 1. So they can't even tap the Horizon Canopy for mana. Sorry, I wasted a lot of clock that first game. Ooh, Kataki, we just lose. Good games. We lost the first game because of my mistake, not the deck's mistake. So I do think that we're still doing something powerful here. It's just humans can be tough because they're just fast. They did draw pretty well in that game that I made the mistake, but I'll try not to talk the rest of the stream about the mistake I made. It's tough, right? Let's see mana value. Because it wasn't the deck's fault. It might be, you know... It's just a discipline. I didn't think about that. Oh, wait. I don't have a land drop. I'll need the extra mana for the... what was it? What did I mess up? I messed up the Blast Zone. I'll show you how the deck actually curves. It looks a little bit more like this. A little more blocky. We'll play one more game at least. I don't think I'm fully awake either, which is not helping. Playing a completely new deck. If you're wondering where this idea came from, I slapped it together after I played against an opponent that was doing Gorilla Shaman Panza. I think they also had Asmore, if I'm recalling, but I didn't want to look at a deck list. I just wanted to brew from what I saw from maybe some other people and just kind of just go with it. So this hand is, wow, 23 land and a map, and we're sitting on a 1-lander. That sucks. I don't like keeping a 1-lander with this deck. Sure, we have Cookbook Asmore, but I think this is a mulligan. This hand looks a little bit healthier. Very much healthier. I mean, we have the Asmore. I don't necessarily need the Finale. I could also tuck the Expedition map into the deck. That's really more of a Saga target. Is this a deck that just wants to turn 1 Saga? I don't think we do want to turn 1 Saga. Yeah, I don't think we want to. I'll play a little more swiftly, too. That was, you know. Whoa, camera down again. What's going on? Mic stand. What is going on with you? But yeah, the humans match was, at least the first game was decided with that mistake by my hand. Not leaving enough mana for the Blast Zone. Which sucks because, like, I spent that whole previous turn, the turn before, like, okay, we're going to pump up the Blast Zone to pop it for 2. Perfect. And then I just didn't execute on the plan that I even had talked about. I was like, yeah, this is the plan. And then I just didn't execute. just a little frustrating when, you know, it's very obvious you know what you want to do and what you think you're planning to do, and then to just not leave yourself enough mana to do just a very obvious play. And it's not like I didn't see the play. Like, I knew that's what I wanted to do. I just didn't. I was like, oh, we'll just sacrifice this peat land. Look at our other options. It's like, no, like, you know, we didn't need to do any of that. So they're going to go after my hand. Okay. I mean, either way, we end up with Asmore next turn, so I actually don't do anything. Now, if they have a piece of hand hate, then I will cookbook away their possible target. Stinks because I wanted to go for it. Wait, do I even finale? I guess I do, because they could just have another piece of disruption. They ditched a Street Wraith. Like, sure, they could have Bolt for my Asmore, but we're ending up with an extra cookbook in the end. Yeah, I don't know if that's worth it. Because if they had another piece of hand disruption, they would maybe spend it here. I guess maybe they didn't because they know I have the cookbook, and that it would fail. I don't want to slow roll my Urza Saga's getting it going, though. So they do nothing. Yeah, and see, I just draw an Asmore, so we can actually keep the devastation for something else. Because there are some other juicy targets. Asmore is the most common target, yes, admittedly, but... honestly, I think I just want to... I think I just want to make a construct, actually, instead of playing out Asmore. There's nothing for me to kill with her from the opponent. I don't think I'm going to do it. Ah, the mirror match. Of sorts. Considering dumping this Stomping Ground, so why don't we just get a Stomping Ground? Hurts a little bit, but I think it's going to be fine. So I'm thinking I just ditch this. So there's Gorilla Sham. Am I making mana with this, or am I making another construct? Probably just make another construct. There's Orb to consider. Could try out the Brainstorm. Although I'm about to lose my Shuffle effect. Well, I have another Shuffle effect. Let's go with the Brainstone, actually. I want to test it out. Me playing out Asmore isn't going to increase my artifact count. This looks to be a Goryo's Vengeance. So a defensive Vengeance to draw a bunch of cards. That sucks for us. Okay. Play this out. We have quite a bit of graveyard hate, so maybe we'll be alright. I'm not talking about this game. This game's probably lost, but I mean next game. This game likely lost, but there's another game. I wasn't sure what they're up to. The brainstorm was greedy. I could have gone and tutored for Relic if I'd known what we were kind of up against. I thought this was going to just be kind of grindy. When I saw the cookbook, I didn't realize they were just using it as a discard outlet. So they're likely going to take my finale or not. I would assume that they're just going to strip our hand here. Wonder what their plan is. Maybe they're just going to set up Troll Kings or something? I don't know. Another reanimation. I mean, the Grizzlebrand decks of the format have struggled with having... struggled to have, like, good discard outlets, I guess. I guess they just smashed Gorios together with Asmore. I mean, it's kind of what we're doing here, right? We got Ponza smashed together with Asmore. What they're doing seems pretty powerful. I wonder why they're 1 and 2. Granted, we should be 1-0. I messed us up. I'm going to kill my construct. Okay. You drew most of your deck. I want to see them do something powerful besides just like evoke a bunch of griefs. What I want to see my opponent do is like kill us. They should have another Gorios, right? Gorios me with Grizzlebrand here. Maybe playing Saga as well. I want to see them like do the extra attack card with this Grizzlebrand, right? I want to see them do the pitch a bunch of red cards, take another attack spell. Might just be Grizzledad value. That's what it looks like to me. I mean, we're going to play this out so I at least get the information of some of what they have to discard and show us. Another cookbook. Hey, what's up, Path of Truth? Alright, show me some stuff. It's just Reanimator with an Asmore package. That's what it looks like. Show us some stuff. So they have Street Wraith, which I should consider Street Wraith for this deck too, I suppose, because it gives us another Asmo outlet besides just the things like, Thicket. I don't know, but we have Karn who gives us access to it too. I don't know if I want Street Wraith actually in my deck. Cleanup. What are you going to show us, my friend? Pensad Prism. Yeah, so it's just like a Breach build. So they gave us a little bit of info. They told us a little bit of stuff. There's a Karn I can't cast. I mean, getting rid of their Asmo, I would have to also hit their graveyard here, which I'm just not. You can't kill Grizzlebrand with Asmo, so maybe that's also part of the reason why they've chosen what they've chosen. My opponent. Their selection of threats. Like, it is actually important right now, funny enough. They're going to put the ME, they're going to Vengeance it. Make me lose. So speaking of cards I'm going to cut, it's going to be Karn. Not Titania. Clothies will stay too. Map gets cut. Maybe not the Brainstone. I think Shadow Spear can get cut too. I think it's too fair. Go after their discard outlet. I don't know if that even really helps me. Now, Tormod's Crypt, this is where I wish I had a 2 of, because I do want this as a Karn target. I don't think we actually get to improve our Graveyard Hate capabilities all that much. I could put Cage in, though. Yeah, if we're Karning, it'll probably be for exactly 4 mana, and we'll go grab the Tormod's Crypt. But let's bring in also the Grafdigger's Cage. This does hurt us, too, just so you know, but it's not a big deal. I might cut the Feasting. No, I think it's fine. So what am I going to be Karning for? Exactly Crypt, right? Pithy Needle also has some capabilities. Pithy Needle on Grizzlebrand makes it a little bit less strong. I don't want a Needle Cookbook, obviously. Maybe I should also just bring Cookbook in. I don't think I'll be Karning for that. We're pretty much exclusively only Karning for Crypt, and then after that I guess I can get, you know, certain other pieces. Also, I also could see us going and getting the Zern Orb. Oh yeah, we should bring in the Welding Jar because they might fight after my stuff. Yeah, I think Brainstone's too cute. Let's cut it. It's not like a grindy match where I want things like Bridge or not Bridge. Sorry. Well, Bridge does stop my opponent from attacking. Oh wow, we just have the nut, right? This hand seems great. Their deck can't go off turn 1 that I'm aware of. I might actually just want to have the Stomping Ground because like this Shelter Thicket might slow us down. I might just Needle on Grizzlebrand. And no, I don't want them to be able to take the Grafdigger's Cage. And Grafdigger's Cage does turn off my tutor, so we need to be careful when we use this card because it does turn off a few cards in my list. Do need to be cautious of that. Yeah, if I don't play the Sheltered Thicket tapped here, I'm not going to Clothies on time. So let's play this out and also Needle. All the hate, right? There's Pentad. So we could play out the Gorilla Shaman, but the Gorilla Shaman isn't blowing up their Pentad Prism yet. It is quite a bit of mana to do that. So I think I'm just going to play Clothies. Clothies also ramps us because I do have a land in my graveyard. They're just trying to set up to breach us, right? Is that what's happening here? It's probably what's happening. How do I stop us from getting breached? It would be Ensnaring Bridge. I mean, if they had it, they would have just gone for it, right? Is there any way I can just Gorilla Shaman away their Pensad Prism? Let's see. One, two... I mean, it's 5 mana to blow up a Pensad Prism. It's a lot of mana to do that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2... 3, 4, 5. Yeah, I'm counting only 5, folks. I think I'm just supposed to Karn. Well, Karn also turns off the Pentad. Why am I sitting here trying to blow up Pentad? Did I really seriously forgot? Yeah, I did, Raccoon. Holy cow. Literally forgot that Karn is like the bee's knees. Do I just hit them with a Pithy Needle? Nah, we go get stuff. We go get stuff. Like, I go get the Tormod's Crypt right here just to make sure that they're really sealed off, right? And then from there, I might consider grabbing the bridge. I don't even think I want to play out the Gorilla Sham, do I? I guess I do. You already have Cage? That's true. I've really got the graveyard locked down. Maybe overkill, right? Because we have Cage and Clothies. Yeah, I'm wondering if that was foolish. Oh wow, we just drew coding. So play coding, activate Gorilla Sham. I think we have enough mana to do this, right? No, I won't have enough mana to do that. Let's just float. Alright, Zuran Orb, Welding Jar. Probably just want Welding Jar. Another piece of Graveyard Hate probably doesn't matter as much as just like protecting what we already have, perhaps. I mean, they could have like Shattering Spree. Something to think about. Okay, I think I sideboarded us correct. This stuff's just too slow and too fair for this matchup, the stone and the map and the spear. We don't want these, although we did just see them show us they're playing that ramp spell. I mean, I might want Vandal in. The problem is Vandal needs a creature to die. I need to have a creature in the bin for Vandal to work. We can usually set that up though thanks to cookbooks, but yeah, we might want this actually. Instead of what was weak. I think Zuran Orb could be fine out of the board. Like I think we're fine keeping Titania. Maybe we just use Karn to go get. I mean, maybe the Zuran Titania is just a pipe dream for this matchup, whereas Feasting Troll King could still work. I don't know. Even us like shotgunning, like Asmore really isn't that strong in this matchup. She just, what does she do, right? She just shotguns their. Like, don't get me wrong, she finds cookbook, and that's important, or she'll find multiple cookbooks. Like, maybe we can never cut her, but I'm just wondering, like, if even that plan's all that strong. It's really not. I guess if I had 6 food, I could shoot an Emrakul. That's a lot of food to make, right? Can you imagine having 6 food to shoot an Emrakul? Anyway. It's a funny thought, isn't it? I guess as much as I want this to be a Titania deck, like I don't think in this matchup I really want it, right? Against Breach, we just want lots of hate. Maybe I should just main deck the Trinisphere. Nah, they can just pay for it. I don't know. I'm looking for like another something. Crypt we want as a Karn target, so our Karn targets are coding, Crypt, and maybe Bridge. Just wondering if I Cage, Relic, Needle. Yeah, I don't think I would tutor for Trinisphere, but I don't mind it. Doesn't hurt their Breach plan at all, though. So this hand is missing quite a few colors. Natural Scavenger Ground and Relic is nice. I just need to make sure I wouldn't lose to... Oh yeah, you like it half-truth? I think we do keep this and hope for a red source, right? Because we have a Relic I can protect. Ooh, Rags. That's not good for us. Meeting got cut short. Oh, cool, Equinox. I don't know if I'm playing all that much more, though. Ooh, they hit a cookbook for me? That sucks for us. They just get a free cookbook. They also just might have it right here, right? They use our cookbook, and then they ditch... And then they reanimate. I don't have enough mana to activate Relic. This is a turn 2 kill. Well, turn 2 set up, you know, Grizzlebrand. Gotta deal with this Rags. And an Asmore now. Man, I think we're losing this one, folks. Another cookbook. Well, so we drew the source. That stinks that we also lost to, I can kill their food with this shaman. Kind of need to consider shocking because of the devastations. And it's like, okay, do you want to kill the food or do you want to kill... In response, they'll ditch something else and kill my shaman anyway. So there's really nothing I can do. And now I've actually maybe just killed us because it cost me a mana to activate the shaman. Yeah. Good games. Wow. I'm a little disappointed we lost to our humans opponent. I'm not surprised that we're losing to... Like, Panza sometimes struggles against fast combo, and my opponent, I think, falls under the fast combo category. I do also wonder if our deck would benefit from Rag Event. I don't have the ability to buy any Rags for this list. I'm already maxed out on our account to play the deck as is. But we are running a little bit of red. Could consider Rag, I guess. So no, our opponent has spared no expense to try out some of the new cards. I'm also just getting mooned. Good games. Nice build. Good luck with rest of... Good luck with the rest of your league. I said, good games, nice build, and good luck with the rest of your league. Rough. Rough. I probably should try not to keep hands that don't have, like, Arbor or... That was a quick game, so we'll play one more. I probably shouldn't keep hands that don't have... I mean, gosh, watch us win out. Like, we really... I can't know for sure if we could have... Excuse me, I can't know for sure if we were going to beat the humans player, because if I had taken game one... It would have been them on the play instead of us on the play. We won the game that we were on the play against humans, which doesn't surprise me. You don't think you can get the more Ragavans you need? I mean, it depends on what you're playing. Like, I know a lot of people are like, you have to play the playset of Rags. I don't know. When I was playing the Mardu list, I was playing a 3 of. But yeah, I mean... You want to be on 3 or 4 if you can. You're trying to play Jeskai Blade. I mean, a lot of people are gunning for Ragavan. It's just he's very good in the matchups where they don't have the turn 1 removal. Speaking of hands that I can keep this. Right, hey. You'll be playing Esper instead? That's not the end of the world, friend. That's not the end of the world. So we're not that disruptible here. Yeah, Esper Sentinel. So they actually take my Gorilla Sham. Drew a Shadow Spear. I don't really want to give them the option to just kill my elf and cut us off of green for this other finale, so we'll shock. I mean, it looks like they're a little bit on the slower side. We'll still go cookbook here. Very much so, I will go Cookbook. We don't mind naturally drawing the Shadow Spear in this matchup. I don't think. I mean, I don't know precisely what matchup this is yet, I'll admit, but this could be like a Smallpox that's coming up right now. I don't know. If I do get Smallpox, I'm going to give up the Asmo and a Snow-Covered Forest and maybe also the Spear. Thoughtseize. Okay. Yeah, so they're just kind of a grind deck if they're taking Shadow Spear. I don't think I'm supposed to start cookbooking yet, actually, to another finale. So I could go get Monkey. I could go get the Gorilla Sham. Go search library. Could also just get us more mana. Just not a bad idea. Just get an Arbor Elf, #2. It gets me up to 4 mana. If I draw land, then I could go get Clothies. Yeah, I'm actually just going to go get Arbor Elf, #2. Not all that exciting, but if I'm not hitting mana, that's probably a wise decision. My opponent's name is Hearthstone Player. That's funny. And they are playing a sorcery speed deck, just like Hearthstone. No, I'm kidding. I'm sure they have some instant speed stuff. Everything they've played so far is sorcery speed, aka Hearthstone speed. So their name is very fitting, right? Ooh, okay. That's fine. Like, sure, I have a backup copy, but really what I want to do is just go get Clothies. Another finale. Yeah, I mean, this is a spot where I don't want to go down a card. This is not a matchup where I want to activate the cookbook. I should just swing 1 elf if I'm planning to go grab cookbook, because I probably should play the cookbook out. Maybe not. Maybe this is a matchup where I wouldn't play out the cookbook, actually. We just want to grind. So I will go get another Asmore, but I'm thinking this other finale, I'd like it to be a and I'm sure you're like, well, Bruce Spy, if you're hoping it's going to be a let's go library. If you're hoping it's going to be I mean, we're pulling 2 cards out of our deck to do this, which is actually quite nice, giving ourselves some more food. I don't know, it's tough. They might just go land, you know, Overload, Dam. Fatal Push, sure. Stoneforge. Okay. I mean, depending on what they get, so they're going to go grab Caldra. So we'll set up to kill the Mystic. I'm on the Arbor Elf beatdown plan. Okay, there's a Utopia Sprawl, but maybe too late. Maybe not. I could maybe still go get Clothies and also... Well, I need to discard a card, though. I mean, we're really close to what we need. I might just let that go. We have enough mana. I'm going to let it go. Because we're so close, folks. Like, I do want to remove this Stoneforge. No worries, friend. They said they didn't see this, and I said no worries. No worries. This also puts us up another card. And again, I don't think I want to... let's get rid of this. Yeah, if I use my 3 mana, what would I even go do with it? I think I just attack, and I don't think I play out this other cookbook. If we need to remove something else, I could play out the cookbook and we ditch both things, but if we draw a land, I might just want to go get Clothies. Clothies is very good in this matchup because it just doesn't go away. Alright, come on, land. Well, that's kind of what I wanted, but not quite. Should I just go get another Asmore? I can go get another Asmore. You can get them out of your graveyard even though I've played all three. I'm only playing a 3 of because Finale is pretty nuts and continues to get you more. Let's cycle. Okay, so there's our land. I'm changing my mind, folks. I think I hold here. I think I just swing. Voidwalker. Alright, so we're pretty confident we're just going to go get Clothies, right, folks? Another land. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Search library. These are our choices. That's what I want. And then I think we just go. Say pass. Another Voidwalker. Okay. It's probably correct for me to finally start cookbooking. We can sacrifice cookbook to get something back if we need to. I know it's going to get exiled, it's fine. And it's creature specifically. Ooh, with the liquid metal coating, I'm tempting to maybe get back Gorilla Shaman with our Underworld cookbook. Actually, if I make mana, do I have enough mana to do that now? Play coating. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 mana. Nah, it's. I can end step set that up though. This is 4 and tap. 1, 2, 3, 4. So we already have that without playing out anything. I mean, I might want to get the coding on the table, though. 1... Well, we still want to keep cards in hand, folks. So I think we're okay letting this take a little bit longer. So we'll just deal damage. Down to 5. Yeah, during their end step, pick up Gorilla Sham. No, we do want to do both of those. It'd be okay for us to give up. We're not setting up anything with the cookbook anymore because of their Voidwalkers. So that's my plan. I'm going to pick up the Gorilla Shaman. And you might be saying, but Bruce Spy, don't you want Asmore more? I mean, it depends on what my opponent plays right here. Okay, so they play Sword. How much does it cost for you to activate Gorilla Sham to kill a sword? I'm better off probably getting Asmore, but now I don't have enough food, right? I guess I'll get to make 1 food. Well, no, I won't. I'm giving up the cookbook. Well, no, we're going to go get another cookbook. Yeah, with sword happening, I don't think I can go get the Gorilla Shaman anymore. Right, unless I'm going to take them off of enough lands for them not to equip the sword. But, well, no, I'm only going to take them off 1 land at a time. Let's do the sensible thing and get the Asmore. Let's do the sensible thing. Go get this card. Don't have Graveyard Hate, please. Don't think they will. Alright, do we need the extra mana? The answer is no. Unless I'm hoping to also return... Nah, we're just making 2 food. Take something else. Oh, you know what? I don't have a discard outlet, though. This is foolish. I'm sitting here thinking, oh, we'll be fine. I would have to draw the discard outlet in this situation. So we're actually in quite a bit of a pickle. I didn't even think about that, folks. Sorry. We don't have anything else other than bad blocks or sit on this food. I mean, I'm thinking the Clothies is going to end them, though, right? They're at 3. They need to, like, actually, what they need to do is Batterskull, right? Or play a Kaya's Guile, gain some life back. Yeah, that's my bad, folks. I thought we should have gone for the Gorilla Shaman, and I realized it too late. I was like, there's a reason I'm thinking about this card instead of Asmo, and it's because in giving up the cookbook, I won't have the discard outlet. So, we'll just... Oh yeah, it's Shadow, so it can't block anyway. I'm like, oh yeah, we'll just block that. Can't. So probably just kill off one of my elves. Maybe they just go face, though. Yeah, they do kill an elf. Okay. We know their hand is... all we know about their hand is that it's got a Cauldron. Drew a Scav Grounds. I think we got this in the bag. They need to gain some life. Stat. Yeah, Clothies is a good one. Kind of glad we have him in the main board. I don't know if we would have won this without his help. They took quite a bit of damage between the Thoughtseize, and we dealt a little bit of damage with our elves early on, which was not irrelevant. Well, my now dead elves. So are you dead to the Clothies? Ah, they're gonna gain some life off of the cookbooks. There's not much I can do about that. That should make it so they're not dead to the Clothies, so I do need to draw something else, folks. Would love to draw some of our build-arounds like Saga, of course. We may just be toast, folks. We came close. We've got some good draws. There's Karn. There's a few other things we can draw to. Any of our Karns would be good. Titania we're ready for, right? They're vindicating their own Urborg. They wanted to hit my Scavenger Grounds, apparently. Oh, no. Stomping Ground. Oh, wow. There we go. We drew a Saga. They'll gain life in response. I'll play Saga. Oh, that stinks for my opponent. The accidental Vindicate on their own land cut them from hard casting Cauldron. And they've dumped the Cauldron now. Okay. Yeah, I may just be dying to this Woodwalker, though. It looks like that's the case. Healing Souls. In response to your fetch, I will exile. Yes. But now my Clothies won't deal damage this coming turn. I have to consider making gaining life, right? Because they've got 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 damage represented here. They're gonna gain some life now. I have to gain some life too. Up to 11. Drew a Sprawl. It's not great. Doesn't really do anything. So you have a Construct. Rather good indeed. Man, we did not find a discard outlet for Az. We were so close maybe to winning this. Them being able to sacrifice their second Voidwalker to go get the cookbook was quite good. Although, maybe instead of playing out the Stomping Ground, I should just play the Sprawl. Oh wow, they finally found another Mystic. We killed the first Mystic. I mean, we have some stuff to bring in. I have a couple of cards I'm thinking about bringing in, of course. I don't hate our setup against them. I just kind of didn't draw like I needed to. Oh, you know what I meant to block there? I can't. It's got Shadow. Down to 4, down to 2. What's unfortunate is, like, since we kind of just drew a bunch of mana at the end, like, they were able to ditch a bunch of cards to the cookbook they stole from us. We drew Daredevil. Oh, maybe this isn't over. So hold on. So Daredevil can gain us some life. I won't have a blocker for the Voidwalker, though. They took my Shadow Spear, so that's not an option here. I'm just trying to figure out if I'm supposed to... We've got Asmore, too, but this has protection from Asmore. The Shadow does because it's got pro-red and she's red. Unfortunately. Actually, I don't even know if we have any more cookbooks in the deck, because I think all my cookbooks got used up. I think we have to make the construct. I don't think we get a choice there. So now I'm kind of kicking myself I didn't play out the Sprawl, maybe. Yeah, so there's Orb, Relic, Map, Stone. So none of these really save us except for Orb buys us time, maybe. And yeah, since I don't have any cookbooks, I can't Daredevil. Yeah, well, now, weirdly enough, I almost want to Sprawl for black. So I can cast the Daredevil. Not this turn, though. I think we're just toast, right? I swing, they block, or they just make food, eat food. And on the crackback, we're dead, right? Unless I sack a lot of my lands. Oh, Fatal Push? Okay. Or they have that. What did they get? Batterskull? Actually, I don't think they got anything with their Stoneforge. I think they failed to find. So it looks like maybe they're just playing Calder and Swords. Interesting. No Batterskull. No, they already had the Batterskull in hand. They didn't search for it because it was already in hand. Got it. I'm just looking to the tiniest of outs now, right? Like, the construct has to live. I have to sacrifice how many of my lands to not die to this? They didn't swing their spirits. Just the Voidwalker. I'm still dead. Okay, now I'm not dead anymore. I go to 8. But, like, now I don't have enough mana to cast the Daredevil. This turned out to be, like, a really interesting game. I thought we had it in the bag. But that was a clutch, clutch second Voidwalker. 1 to carry sword, 1 to, yep, make a food. They're also playing Lily, good to know. This is just the Orzhov Stoneblade mid-rangey thing that plays dams. They have a dam too, huh? Okay. Speaking of the card. Gain your life now. Yep, don't think I'm going to be able to beat that. We need, like, Bolt. I'm not playing it in this current iteration. There's Troll King. Not good enough. Good game. Alright, we almost had it. Turns out mid-range is pretty good against us, maybe. We also need to, like, draw our walkers. Like, we want to set up Titania in this matchup. So since that's what I want to do, maybe... Well, no, we still want Clothies. We want pretty much... We want to stick with our more resilient stuff, and maybe some of the cutesier stuff we want to slim down on. Like the Gorilla Sham thing, I think is a little adorable. If I can find... Because I don't really... excuse me, I don't know if I want to be spending... Mass Vandal can be played. I don't know if I want to be spending... Well, we didn't draw any Karn Great Creators, but... I might just want, like, Ballista and Batterskull in. I might just want my threats in. That game was just very... Yeah, just very grindy game. Torpor Orb turns off... Yes, it does turn off my Asthma, so we need to be careful about that. It would also turn off nothing else except for Vandal. I think it turns off more important cards in my opponent's deck. You can make an argument for that. Maybe we just bring in Crucible, too. Because, like, what am I getting out of Karn? Like, what am I going to be searching for? Coding, I'll be searching for... Like, some of these more exclusive things, I think is what we should be searching for. We could still play, like, the first Shaman. It's still a Devastation target. It makes me wonder if I just want it only as a Devastation target. No, I think the 3 of is fine. It's just... maybe we slim down a little. Welding Jar could also just come in. They're going to have some artifact hate now. I don't think I want a ton of graveyard hate. I think I'm fine with just Relic, and then... I don't think I want anything else. Oh, I do want Needle. We saw Liliana. $30 seconds here. Don't want to cut any of my ramp. Don't think cutting a cookbook is a good idea either. Against my better judgment, I'm going to cut a jar. Oh, thank you, Cylon. Let me go grab something to drink. I think this hand is fine. They might, you know, pull us apart a little bit, but like I would expect. Let's not cycle the thicket. Let's play it out as a land drop. Yeah, thanks for that. Thanks for that, Cylon. I appreciate you redeeming those bow ties, those brew ties. Needle, you can needle Stoneforge. We can needle Lily. I'm not sure what I want to needle just yet. Who knows? They may just be taking it. We do need to hit a creature before the Vandal's turned on. All right, tapped land, go. There's our red source, so that's a good thing. We'll fetch. I mean, I might want to needle Stoneforge here. I was going to play a Wrenn and 6 in this build, but then I actually cut it to be able to afford some other stuff instead. For the list. Alright, Cauldra. I'm with you. Yeah, I like just needling Mystic here. I don't really think there's another option, actually. Not really another option. Hey, we're drawing our Karns now, so that's good. Is this Liliana now? Looks like Liliana to me. We have another Zurin Orb in the sideboard. Ooh, a Kataki. Gross. It's not the worst yet. I can't really afford to let go of the needle. But this is painful. We need to get rid of that if I can. There's an Asmore. The Tranquil Thicket would have turned this play on. Land drop. I mean, Vandal blocks Kataki. I might just want to play it out even though it's not killing anything. Just so I don't take the 2 damage from the Kataki. Splashiok, okay. Sure. A little aggressive. She just needs to stay on the table, really. A little aggressive to start milling with her, maybe. Mayhaps. There's a Sprawl, that's a good draw. Ish. I'd probably still put it on my Forest. They showed us Vindicate. They might have other disruption. I don't know what non-basic disruption they would have, actually. I mean, I'd rather they go after a Forest than the Stomping Ground as well. That's another reason for that. Let's make it so they can't cut us on red, so we're going to name red. Kick it back. Ashiok doesn't stop Karn Great Creator's ability to search. Yeah, I do think I need to keep searching with... or keep paying for Needle for now. Play a Dam to get rid of my Masked Vandal blocker. Okay. Sure. Sure. Sword that we're hopefully going to turn off with Karn. So we'll pay here. Yes. There's a Gorilla Sham. So if I minus this Karn, he's dying to this attack. If I plus him and expose the needle, that also feels bad. Because then, well, he'll still get to minus. And then he's just soaking. I mean, like, if we're plussing, all we're doing with him is soaking life, right? And then I won't have the Karn. I mean, I guess what I would do is I would try to go after... I mean, I might even just go get our own Batterskull, right? What did they show us? They showed us that they went for sword. Like, Karn just being on the battlefield is a good thing, because it makes it so they can't equip the sword. I mean, he might get vindicated, of course, but... minus has to be better, right? Because they're not going to get to do the sword thing anyway. Minus has to be better. And he still soaks some damage. Let's go get the right thing. We can't get Batterskull because we actually put it into our deck, right? So I do have a few. I do have a few different choices. One of which is just go grab Cookbook, but I don't think Cookbook's all that great when it comes to Kataki. I mean, it's okay. It would be a little tough to do it to get rid of the Kataki. I do wonder if that's what I'm supposed to do, though. Go get Cookbook. Let's see. Next turn, we're going to have 5 mana, but we pay for Needle. I play Cookbook. I ditch the Orb. Play Asmore. And then I'm still a food short of killing. Well, no, that's not true. I can go get the other Cookbook. So hang on. It'll be more like... Yeah, I will actually go get the Cookbook. I think the Gorilla Shaman line is too weak. But the issue with this line is I am letting them get a sword activation off, but sword doesn't kill Asmore. Alright, so they're going to attack Karn for 3. Second Kataki, they're legendary. Okay, cool. We drew a land. That's nice. So get the saga going. Cookbook. Cookbook away the orb. Asmo. I mean, Asmo might just be getting fatal pushed here. Seems to be the case. Oh, you know what? This plan was never going to work from the start. I wasn't thinking about the Ashiok. My bad, folks. I was not thinking about the Splashiok. I might just want to play the Gorilla Shaman out so it doesn't cost me mana later. So that's bad. They're going to... Maybe if they have land, they're going to get to slap the... That's just all sorts of bad, but I just did. I wasn't thinking about the Ashiok not allowing me to search with the Asmore. Yeah, play sword, equip sword. Yeah, we probably just lose. I don't know. We have a saga. I've got a Karn. The Kataki is awful because I just have to kind of give up the food, right? They probably also kill my Gorilla Shaman here, so maybe I shouldn't have played him out. I wasn't thinking about, oh well, Bruce Spy. What if he just has a land? And we're pretty low. So there goes our shaman. I mean, instead of paying for the food, I can just eat the food. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 mana. If I draw a land, I could Karn into bridge. But that would mean giving up everybody, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So 6, I mean 6 does let me... Well, but we would let them get the Cauldron on the table. They're almost at Hardcast Cauldron anyway, though. I need to keep the needle, don't I? Do I just like... I think I just let go of these. I mean, I can't Karn and make a construct anyway. Okay. Yeah, I can't do that anyway. Yeah, so maybe it is just eat the food. No, I can't let the needle go. That stinks. Do I get to keep the cookbook? Pay for, play Karn. Drew another land. So we did draw the land after all, so we would have been able to go Karn for bridge. But we can't have known that. We can't have known that we were going to draw what we needed. I mean, I could make a construct to block the Kataki instead of playing out my Karn. And then I will have enough mana for Karn for bridge and just let these go. And then the Cauldron doesn't matter. They could just, like, top a Thoughtseize, though. Oh, you know what? I don't have another mana source. That's a Verdant Catacombs, and they have a Splashiok. So no, we're just dead. Kataki's pretty good against us. It's a popular card showing up in people's sideboards. So I'm not surprised to get some hate on me for doing kind of like a Hell's Kitchen kind of feel of Panza. It doesn't surprise me that we're getting hit by people's sideboard stuff. Folks have had some time to adjust. Ooh, or we just get to kill the Kataki here, maybe. There's a non-zero chance that works. Okay, this is a different game now. I'm not going to crack my Verdant. We could draw the Yavi. I have a Yavi Maya, so it's maybe not completely useless, but I should have saved this for the cookbook, actually. Sure. Still very dead to a top deck. Vindicate. Also just dead to my clock. I mean, that's a weakness of streaming, too, is like you'll run out of time sometimes. Got 4 minutes. Yeah, 4 minutes for me to win under bridge is really tough for my build. Oh yeah, I don't even get to go search for anything. Yeah, that's dirty. Alright, let's see. Sprawl. I do want to spread these out, don't I? You know what? I don't have enough mana for my play. No, I do. No, I don't. Yeah, I do. That's 6. Well, 6 isn't enough. Yeah, we're just dead. I'm curious what their hand would be like here. There's nothing else that saves us. I mean, like, Zern Orb buys me time. Just called. Yep. I mean, I could grab the Ballista that's in my bin, but that doesn't save us, right? And I'm just making sure there's nothing like an Urborg from them, right? They don't see it. I need one more land. Let's see. I mean, I guess I could grab the Zern Orb. A Zern Orb. And that buys me a turn, but I'd have to top like another Karn. I don't know. I wouldn't even do it. Like grab Ballista, play Ballista, block the Voidwalker. That's really my only line. Oh, that doesn't even work. It's got Shadow. I do think this is like, if I can't go get bridge, this is a good thing. I'm letting them know. They're asking about Ashiok. I'm saying, no, it's right to bring in Ashiok against me. So she seems good. Or it seems good. Good games, and good luck with the rest of your league. That's kind of like unfortunate, right? We were on the bandwagon of, like, it could have been a very different league, right? If we, like, we would have had different matchups too if we hadn't lost, because it did look like I had the it did look like we'll just finish this actually tonight. I don't want to wake up to this and have to do this another stream. Let's just get it done now. It did seem like we had the match win against humans. I just had a brain fart moment with our blast zone during one of the games, because we did end up winning game 2. Like, we lost game 1 because of my brain fart, but then we won game 2. But there wouldn't have been a game 3 if I hadn't had that brain fart. Let's see. Last round was interesting. Us playing against what? We were playing against. Oh gosh, what did we play against before them? We played against a really interesting hot take on Reanimator combo. It was literally Reanimator slapped together with an Asmore shell, which was interesting. I mean, this is just my prototype, so I do think it's going to have, like, it's not going to be 100% correct. I think that the Gorilla Shaman, because it doesn't do all that much without the help of coding, if I was to make a new version, I think I would actually just like Shaman as a finale for 3 target. Well, finale for X's 1 target. I do think it's a sweet target, and the fact that we can keep getting it back. I think like we're missing out on a lot of, like, don't get me wrong, I think this is a really cool toolbox. And I love toolbox decks. You guys know that I do enjoy these kinds of decks. So I do think it's cool that we can assemble Titania. I think it's cool that we can do this, we can do that. I think we need to ramp harder if that's our plan. Is my first thought. These are actually 2-drops because you play them for 2 and they actually get Asmore, which is sweet. Asmore should be in this pile because we have to pay for her sometimes. This is 0. This is 1 to cycle it, or it's a tapped land. This is 3 mana to do its thing. Blast Zone is up here at 4 mana. Let's not make that mistake again. That was embarrassing. Not like embarrassing I rage quit and turn off the stream embarrassing. Just kind of like, you know, what am I doing? Embarrassing. Let's put the Feasting Troll under the Titania. We'll very rarely hardcast that. Alright, yes. Yeah, I think I want us to ramp a little harder. I don't know how. This hand's interesting. Like, you could theoretically keep this because Brainstone and Expedition Map give us another try. I'm keeping this not so much for the Brainstone, but actually the map. Because I can go turn 1 Blast Zone map, turn 2 Saga, crack map. I don't know, when I was designing this deck, I was thinking of like almost like a Modern Lands kind of feel. This takes 2 mana to sack because you have to play it out too and tap itself. This is 2 mana to cycle. These are here. And you notice I was even trying to do the cutesy Thespian stage, copy the Urza Saga, then copy something else, and it keeps the gains. It keeps the ability to make constructs. So I was doing some like cuter things than I would do normally. But that's just like really hard to set up. I feel like we need to ramp harder. Which again makes me wonder, like, okay, if the plan is to ramp harder, should we just be doing like Dryad Valakut? Okay, there's an Asmore, but not a discard outlet. Alright, let's just stick to our original plan, which was go get a Go get a forest. So you want to sprawl? I probably just want to sprawl against my opponent. It looks like they're going to have removal for my Arbor Elf, probably, in these colors. They'd have removal for Arbor Elf and Asmore. I mean, maybe Arbor Elf will soak, though. Soak removal. So they're playing the Delirium Prowess. So we do value not taking damage. So I might just go get basic. We could also just get Yavi. I think I just like playing out Shaman and Stone and Elf. Yeah, the Yavi was sweet. That was a great grab with the Expedition. All right, Elf. I mean, we could have just had awkward draws this league. Kill my Gorilla Shaman? Ooh, they have a dart. They get to kill both. Gross. Yeah, dart's very good against us. I mean, it's not. It doesn't cut off my Utopia Sprawl. But it stinks that we lose both, potentially both Elf and Shaman. Going after Elf, I think that's correct. Go ahead and have X6. Go ahead and F6 here. Yeah, I'm just not that impressed with the Shamans. I think I like it as a tutor target, though. I do think it's sweet. I don't know if I want to do the whole liquid metal coating things. I saw another build was doing this. I think that's not really what I want to do, though. I don't know. If you're going to commit to it, I feel like you almost just need the playset of Gorilla Shams. I mean, I get it. It's another early drop that soaks removal that would hit Asmore instead. I mean, I get the deck building philosophy. We just didn't get to do the thing, you know. And granted, I know I for sure took it in some different directions and maybe not the greatest directions to take the deck. But I think we're just about to get pooped on because they just have all these darts, maybe. I mean, I'm excited that my opener didn't crumble, right? That we drew Sprawl, another dart. We drew Sprawl, and, you know, we were able to set something up. I don't know. I think I just make a construct, right? Next turn. Ooh, Stormwing. They have not deliriumed their Dragon's Rage. Even if they had Bauble, they wouldn't. They only have 2 card types in the bin. We do have a Brainstone Shuffle with Saga. We may want to spend it. My hand's not good. We may want to do it here. Okay, there's a Finale. So that gets an Asmore on the table. Yeah, maybe I just want to do that and just try to kill the Stormwing. Okay, we've got a plan now. We've got a plan now. One, two, three, four. So yeah, I mean, we could fight over their bin, get rid of the extra darts. Could grab the Shadow. Could get another Cookbook, and then I don't have to use Finale. I can just have Cookbook, ditch Finale, Asmore, ditch Gorilla, eat the Entity. And I'm not left with nothing. I still have the Brainstone. If I just kind of go aggressively over into the Cookbook plan. Oops, cancel. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 mana. Sorry, 4 mana. Yeah, well, Gorilla Shaman, which I feel like the Shaman, even in a non-dart matchup, the Shaman's just not been wonderful. He's not been all that great. Like, we could Brainstone here. Actually, I don't know if I'm in love with that. I mean, like, yes, we have shuffle effects, these finales. So I could shuffle away this extra cookbook. And also even one more finale and keep the relic. That's not true. We're going to end up with 2 finales and the relic, right? Top. So since we know we're drawing another finale, maybe that's what I ditch to the cookbook. I kind of just like getting rid of this Stormwing now. And not waiting. That does almost give them Delirium for the dragon, though. If they kill Asmo, I guess I can go get another one. Actually, I should just go get Clothies, right? Or no, I need another mana source to do that. Expressive is great for dragons. Expressive was good even before Dragon's Rage Chandler was printed for prowess. They put a card on top. Okay. It's probably a bauble then, if they topped it. And you might be sitting there thinking, well, Bruce By, the Surveil is better than the fact that Stormwing, and that's true, and they both eventually fly, right? So maybe I still should have killed the Chandler. I don't know. Alright, so they did hit Delirium. Not surprised. They're looking at a lot of cards. Swiftly Spear. They have 2 cards left, a relic, taking them off. We want to shuffle first, though, because we know that it's just another cookbook. So I'm assuming this is a bolt from my Asmo, if they have it. So we're going to search up another Asmor. Yeah, search up another Asmor, relic. We want to do it in that order so that we shuffle away the other cookbook, because I don't think I want it. So we're going to take 7 here. We'll be shrinking the Channeler. We might see them spend these darts. They decide not to. That's good news, since we're going to be popping their graveyard. And I'm sure somebody's like, well, Bruce By, why don't you just Blast Zone? I mean, I lose both my cookbooks if I do that. Which, I mean, it might be correct, but, like, they do represent a lot of life gain. But getting rid of both of my opponent's creatures is, yeah, it's pretty good. Well, that would be my entire turn, right? Actually, I don't even have that much mana, do I? I have 3 because the Saga went away. Yeah, I really only have enough mana to... I don't even have enough mana to do this play fully, do I? I'm sitting here thinking, oh, we can just do all the things. We actually can't. Well, we need a shuffle, so we'll start there. I mean, if they don't have much, Asmo could block the Swift Spear, but I think we're pretty hosed. I might just have to ditch both of these just to kill the Channeler, actually. Which stinks because Relic is some of my only main deck graveyard hate, and I do want to turn off the... Well, why am I trying to turn off their yard? Because I want to take them off their darts. I don't think we have that luxury. I think we just have to take out the Channeler. So I'm sure again it's like, well, Bruce by, well, no, I didn't have enough mana to consider, and like blast zoning on 1 kills also my sprawl. It's too much. So let's just take this out. I can't block the Swift Spear because of the darts. I don't know, if I was to rebrew this, I almost wonder, I don't know, I'd probably look at some like more normalized Ponza lists and see. Maybe get some ideas. I do really like Finale. This card's like 17 tickets now, actually. I feel like there's like some really cool Finale decks out there. We just weren't ramping hard enough to set up Titania in this build. We didn't do Titania like a single time. We were spending a lot of our resources just going all in the Asmore, which begs the question, okay, is Asmore just a better thing to be doing? Probably. We had some games that we looked confidently in control with, like Karn Strucks. I do also wonder if there's just like almost like a shops feel. Like a weird, like, modern shops where it's like we're not even bothering with colored mana except for maybe like for Asmore. So like black or red, just one color. Like a one color deck with this card. But then like Sagas and Thespian Stage for the synergy and just a bunch of utility lands. I don't know. Interesting thought. So they have the Bolt. We are top decking. Gross. I mean, we're not top decking. I could kill the Swift Spear, but I would just lose so much to do that. Well, I have to draw a land to even have that play as an option. Okay, we drew Thicket. That's not fast enough. So we're not on that line. Cycle. Catacombs. Catacombs gains me life. This is bad. This is real bad, folks. They're representing a lot of damage anyway because of the darts. Man, that's their third expressive. Their deck's interesting. Like, you almost wonder if you want Eidolon, right? Now, I wish I still had Spellskite, actually. Trinisphere is interesting in this matchup. I think you maybe just have to bring it in and not hope to Karn for it, though. I don't know. What did we do? We had a few dudes. We got wrecked by a Lava Dart. These come out in this matchup. This is like, I almost just like need Chalice, right? I mean, Asmore is interesting. She gets around Chalice. It's just her Underworld cookbooks would get countered. This is too slow. This is too slow. We drew both of those things in this matchup. Scion could go. I think the Coding Shaman thing is too cute here. It just gets wrecked by Dart. I also wonder if I don't even bother with Arbor Elf. That seems so bizarre. It's just these Lava Dart decks are a little frustrating for those plans, I think. Alright, Jar. Eidolon's interesting. Doesn't die so easily to Dart. But I feel like I still have so many cards that... Like, this whole part of my deck would not synergize well with this. Let's play the Trinisphere. Maybe I just even play Bridge. Well, they can grow, though, after they've declared attackers, though. And see, this begs the question, okay, if I'm just bringing in these things, like, what's the game plan, Bruce By? If we're just bringing in all these things. Like, I can't cut this much stuff. Like, we have to run some stuff that's vulnerable to the Dart, right? Crypt could even just be in. Turn off the delirium. Needle's no good. No, no, no. This probably just eats a removal spell. I guess we will play these. I mean, they're slow, but I just don't think I'm really going to be searching with Karn very easily. This blocks. Yeah, we're in trouble. I don't want to have to search for the Zurin Orb, right? I just want it. Same with Cookbook. We don't want to have to Karn for it. So, like, what am I even Karning for, right? You might be asking. Not much. Pretty much, Karn's just animating and finding liquid metal coating if we go this configuration. But that might actually be what we have to do here. So I just can't afford to get these things just hit with darts, right? This hand needs a second land to work. Don't think we could keep it, right? That's frustrating too, because we were playing. It's not like we weren't playing that many lands. Keep and tuck the. I think Ballista's weak. The weakest card in this hand. Graveyard Hate, Jar to protect book. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think it was a. I felt like we were running enough lands, but I wonder if that's maybe not true. I'm going to hold the Crypt. I'm not sure if I want to put that out there. Because we might need to turn it into food. Yeah, I do think like the Urza Emery, Urza Saga decks are pretty robust. That's not Hell's Kitchen. That's like the artifact build. Okay, we'll put the Crypt out probably because we see Channeler. It's okay, back to the drawing board. Maybe a more like normalized seasoned Pyromancer Ponza is where we need to be. Sometimes you gotta spend some play points to learn, right? Drew a Battiskull. Okay. Okay, I need to draw some more lands, folks. Yeah, so Utopia Sprawl is actually not what I want, though, either. Because I might have to pop the Blast Zone on one. We'll lose the Cookbook, though. I maybe should have thought about that and maybe not played this out. The Cookbook. So I didn't have anything that was really readily discardable yet. Bobble, bobble, bobble. No, I mean, prowess is great. Prowess certainly does put us to the beatdown test. I think we fail it. I think we're just very grindy and doing rather slow things. Just not good enough. But let's draw some lands, shall we? So I can't cast her, but I guess we'll try to set up for her. Try to set it for Asmore. So we'll ditch Skull, then we'll ditch Karn before she hits the table so I can eat one of the creatures. Probably more interested in eating Swiftspear, right? Well, this gives them the Surveil, though. They're heating themselves. Still don't have delirium. Entity. Well, that's not good. Yeah, I think we're just toast. I think we're just toast. That's what I think. I think now the line is different. I think it's discard Skull, discard Karn, kill the entity, try to block. I don't know. I don't even know anymore. Well, we also needed to draw a colored source for Asmo. So this is kind of our window. Let's see if we do. Drew Sprawl. Sprawl will give us the Asmo, but I think it's going to be too late. So we'll have to ditch the Karn too, it looks like. Yeah, I thought we were running enough lands, but I'm not so sure. 23. Well, we cut the Arbor Elves for this matchup, though. Which maybe I just don't have the luxury. Well, it would have been dead that last turn or earlier, right? They showed us that they had heat. Yeah, prowess is tough. They put you to the test. You got to have, like... I don't know what we would need in this color combination. Normally, you play with... I almost wonder if even, like, the Storm Gain Life spell is something that Ponza sometimes does. I don't know what Ponza normally does for this matchup. I should maybe do some research into that. I might be off the Titania train for a while. I tried a bunch of different shells for her, and I really couldn't figure her out. We tried everything from Eldritch Evolution builds to like a rampy Knight of the Reliquary deck to this now, which is Devastation, but it was just too much mana to get to her. Right? It was the same issue with, like, this has the same mana cost issues as Eladamri's Call has. Eladamri's Call is also 7 mana. Obviously, you can space it out over the course of 2 different turns, however. But we're just toast here. Right, I'm taking down to 4. This is another Stormwing. No, prowess is straightforward, and it looks good. When it's doing its thing, it's just doing its thing. If they have, like, nothing, I'm still dead. Yeah, so even if I pop the... Well, I don't have enough mana to pop the Blast Zone. Man, I feel like I have so many, like, even if I statements happening, because it's just, like, just not happening. So I have gain life here. I have gain, block, and kill something. Actually, maybe we do live one more turn, but barely. They just need a bolt, and I'm just dead. A Blood Moon, huh? Okay. Swing just those. I eat a food. And I kill one of these. I'm in bolt range. Let's make sure we keep them off delirium. They almost have delirium now. Go down to 3. A Saga, we don't want to play that because of the way that it interacts with Blood Moon. It would just go straight to my graveyard. They did cut themselves on blue, but I don't think they care. Their deck is mostly red anyway. And they have Manamorphose too. I mean, I can gain 3 life and block something on the ground, make sure that the Dragon's Rage Channeler doesn't have Delirium. Well, them swinging everybody is not a good sign for the Brew Crew. I think actually I have to block Swiftspear, right? And just hope that they don't have much. Lava dart in my face. We weren't playing for much anyways at this point. This was basically just for science, right? I said good games, good luck with the rest of your league. Did finally find a Saga, but that was after they had the Blood Moon. Alright. We'll do one more, just because I said we'll try to finish it tonight. Welcome to Karn's Kitchen. Yeah, I think we need to figure it out. I think it was close. I wish there was a different engine. I wish there was something other than like Oval Chase or like a Squee or something that returns to our hand. Well, there is Squee, but it's not as fast as Oval Chase is. I feel like I didn't respect the engine of like. If I was going to do the Asmore thing, I feel like I wasn't respecting Cookbook plus Asmore plus Daredevil plus King. And then maybe the Panza side of the deck should have just been like I don't know, cuz like this like doesn't mind Blood Moon, right? But then it's like, okay, well, Bruce By, don't you want to be a Saga deck? I think I stretched it. I think it didn't need to be a Saga deck. And it's just like that bears the question, okay, shouldn't we just be doing this? I mean, maybe. And find a different shell for this. Still searching for an opponent. I mean, this was neat, and I did see somebody else doing something similar. But I wonder if I should just... We've been paired. I wonder if I should just dial it back. I'm going to let my opponent know that we're just playing for fun. It looks like they could still prize. Alright, so I let them know. I think we could keep this, maybe. This has Finale for Asmore, which would give us the, I do think a green base for Asmore is good. Like, let me add to that pile one more piece. So Az, Cook, and like, this isn't anything new, right? This isn't anything super innovative. Right, and people have added Cat Combo to it. I'm not a huge fan of Cat Combo. I'd almost feel like I would really enjoy this deck as just this more like just give it to me streamlined, and then give me some fun bullets. It didn't need to be like the Karnza build, right? I think I would have enjoyed the deck even just. I mean, it's cool that we finally like have coding Gorilla Shaman a matchup. It doesn't maybe matter, but doesn't even matter anymore. But I do wonder if I would really enjoy like a Finale build of Asmore. Like, I haven't really explored the Asmore decks myself yet. Mountain Go. You have an extra Shaman. Probably just want to Devastate here, right? Let's swing for 1. It's pulling 2 bad top decks out of my deck. Bolt, sure. That's a bolt that doesn't hit my Asmore. See, that's the thing about having these other threats, right? Like, even, like, I don't know, Esper, what's his face? You know, I don't know. We have a little bit of equipment potential. I mean, I do think that these all naturally have some synergy. I feel like I just maybe picked a bad shell. This plus this and this, like all of this together. But maybe like this was the mistake. This felt good, and I know there are other players that are doing this to some success, right? Saga with a cookbook, with the Daredevils and Kings and Finale, like this you know, that's more or less Hell's Kitchen right there. You know, as to what the rest of the deck needs to be doing, that's the mystery. Let's go to combat. Cookbook. Remand. Do we want to play out the Shaman or do we want to play out the Cookbook? Cookbook doesn't really set up anything for me right now. I think I just play Shaman. What are they, Blue Moon over there? What are you doing, opponent? Or they're Rug and they're playing like Agent? No, they're maybe just playing Breach. Oh no, they're playing. That's funny. So that hey, what's up, Silence? So my opponent's Savor the Moment crashed us or something? I don't know. My computer just took a dump. But yeah, they're playing the Turns deck. It's actually a really cool deck. That's basically just an Explore. Taskbar, please hide. So they're playing Dwarves and such. There we go. So there's their Dwarf. Okay. Oh, Moto, please. There we go. So there's their Dwarf. Alright, so I still don't have enough mana to... Gosh, we were just, like, not hitting lands. I mean, I can kill their Dwarf, but then they just go off with another Dwarf, potentially. If I play Coding and try to work towards the Shaman, I probably just lose. It's probably just Cookbook. Ditch Titania, ditch Asmore. Or no, I would ditch Karn, actually. Just ditch Karn, Titania. I'm not drawing lands, so might as well get off those plans, right? Kill this. They'll make another one and go off next turn, but not much I can do. Their go off spell doesn't really care about it doesn't care about targeted removal so much. Yep. So they had the extra mana, even if I had it open. Oh, they're playing a fancy version of Velo. So let's see if they hit. Their deck's designed to. They might not, though. Sometimes it whiffs, but it usually hits the Time Walk effects. So this is a really cool little combo. So you Indomitable off of a Dwarven Mind token to get Velo, and then Velo attacks, gets to look at the top 7. Then they get to play an instant or sorcery spell with value less than or equal to his power from among them without paying the mana cost. Put the rest on the bottom. So essentially, oh, Prismari Command instead. That's still really painful for us, but they actually... Okay. They don't get to keep going, but don't they keep the Velo? Yeah, I'm pretty sure they just keep it, so... I can kill the Velo here, actually. Maybe. Should I keep the Coding or the Elf? I guess I gotta keep Elf. And then I play the other Asmore. I mean, this is disruptible if they just have Bolt, by the way. So I don't actually get to keep this Arbor Elf either. Show me Bolt. Looks like they don't have it. And I'm sure somebody's saying, Bruce By, why didn't you just sit on your... I forgot that some of these lists don't run Emrakul as their finisher. So that was just dumb. I could have waited till they went off and just eaten their thing. And they'll have the Emrakul post board. That's just me being a silly dum-dum. I mean, I know we're playing for fun at this point, but that's still me being a bit of a dum-dum. Oops, genre, electronic. No, actually, give me ambient. That was better. Yeah, so if I just sat actually on it, let's see if they miss again. If I just sat on it, I think we would have won. Like, here's what I really want. I want to build a Hell's Kitchen build, or just a kitchen build that is, yep, they hit the spell. They should be able to win no matter what now. Even just a lightning bolt does it as well. So they don't even need to hit a time walk. They just need to hit a bolt. So yeah, I was being a dum-dum. We would have won if I just sat on the kitchens. Because in the main board, this is what they're trying to do. It's fine. We're just doing testing at this point. At least it's not like they cast an Indomitable. It doesn't do anything. Down to 3 lightning bolt. I mean, I can gain life. I can go to 6. But I'm assuming we're just dead. Yep. So we would have actually won that, I think, perhaps, if I hadn't just popped off too soon. We don't need that. These are all... This is bad. Titania Kill stays. No, Troll King can stay, I guess. It's not even that great, though. I just want this so that I can have more kills. We'll leave this all in. This stuff too slow. They do have Snapcaster Mages, right? Oh, no, they don't. Because they're Polymorph combo. Swift Spear, or sorry, Shadow Spear gets cut too. So what do we really want? We know they're just trying to like Emmy us or hit us with that guy. Do we just want bridge, or do we want the bridge as the tutor target for Karns? Because this is our go-to target. Also, Grafdigger's Cage turns off their combo. It does turn off some of my stuff though, so we need to be aware of that. Cage is going to turn off Daredevil. It's also going to turn off if we play it Feasting. Doesn't turn off a whole lot else in our deck though, Cage. So that is one benefit of us not being all in on the graveyard, doing like some of the Vengevine stuff that some people are doing with Asmore. So that's one plus, I suppose. I just will play these because I just need more cards. So we're searching for this. I'm fine just drawing these though. Alright. So yeah, after this game I want to go over my thoughts and talk about maybe a different type of kitchen deck. And we can see what's working for other players. I'm fine with that. But I'd like to build like a more resilient kitchen deck where actually secretly the primary plan might be constructs. So I have some plans. I have some ideas for that. I've also seen some people play like Battle at the Bridge. So I wonder if there's a shell of this. Not this. Sorry, this was more like a Ponza deck. But we'll keep this. This hand seems fine. I think the Thespian stage was like super greedy and cool, but greedy and not worth it. Really cool, but not worth it. It stinks that like one of the major things that our deck is doing, I didn't even lean into. It would have been really helpful against the dragon because you can just make it eat itself, make it eat some bad food. Oh, I thought I already clicked my elf. And I know I'm not going to play great this late. I think we can still brew, though, while I'm half asleep, but bolt my elf. Yep. So we could Devastate. I'd like to do that while they don't have open mana. I'd like to just go get Asmore. I mean, since I've played with it, like, Asmore is a really powerful engine. I feel like I just didn't do a good job building the rest of my deck around the card. That's all. For that matter, I do think that Gilded Goose is also really good, potentially, in those decks. I mean, I've seen people even playing, like, Crumbs. Like, a much more dedicated to the food plan are the Troll decks. I do think those are interesting. Another cookbook. It's probably just map, search with map, right? Go get a saga. This is where I wish I had, like, Cavern of Souls, right? Name Elemental. Let's go with Searchin'. Saga. Assuming we're going to see them go for it here. So Prismari. Okay. I'm not in love with just trying to... Well, we may just see them go off right here. Looks like they're doing it. Do you have Emmy in instead of Velo? So still just Velo, but they handled my Asmore. I also think these decks where your engine is a creature that can get bolted, I do think that, much like we did with like the Ragavan decks, I do think that the archetype would benefit from, well, yes, also Ragavan, but I think that the archetype might benefit, and maybe this is true of like the Hell's Kitchens list that already exists, right? I might want to look into that and just see if that's what they're doing, is just they're playing a little bit of hand disruption and just trying to do their thing. I think that might be a better way to go about it. Yeah, Urza's Kitchen and Hell's Kitchens are kind of the two different ways to go about the deck. It's cool to see the kill here, though, so we'll play on. Hell's Kitchen is the more budget-friendly take on this deck. I'm not a huge fan of the Cauldron Familiar, though. Like, I would literally play almost the exact same deck with some change in like bullets, you know, in silver bullets. Whereas Urza's Kitchen's different. Urza's Kitchen is not using the Urza's Kitchen is not using the tutor. It's still a very powerful deck. I think it's the better Urza Saga deck, I'll admit. Whereas I think that the Hell's Kitchen is the better, you know, like Hell's Kitchen is setting up the troll. All right, so let's try that. I think that there is something here. The Asmo deck, certainly there's something here. People have been jamming. Yeah, there's something there. Let's just... I'm not a huge fan of the Cauldron Familiar plan. I think it's a little bit too weak. And it's funny because there's a few people that have been doing it. It's kind of like what's caught on. But I don't think it's especially powerful. And I could very well be wrong, right? I mean, I'm still trying to find a shell where we can get away with doing the whole Titania thing. So maybe we were close. It's just the whole... I lost it when I tried to have us go into... I do think Clothies is actually a pretty solid... target for Finale. Now, here's the problem with thinking about Finale as a Titania thing, right? I think these are just too grindy and slow. Yeah, you don't even see them playing hardly any of that stuff. So let's work on this a little bit. If I want to get to some of these bigger plays, there's a couple ways to do it to get to the Titania. We could try to get to the Titania through the Finales, right? We tried that already. It didn't really work with all the Sprawl mana. What if we took a different approach, which would be Gilded Goose? And I'm not necessarily even committing to a black base for this yet. We actually could end up being red-green even still. Because I'm trying to think, okay, what are we... If we're using... By the way, Eldritch can also go get Asmore. The Daredevils can become Titania if we want to do that. Or... well, I'll change the mana base, but give me a second to think about this. So let's play the 4th Asmore. Asmore's Gilded's cookbooks. I like at least 3 Daredevils. And I think I like 2 Feasting. 1 Titania just as a tutor target. But let's figure out how we're going to get to her, right? It's like, what's my food, right? And I don't know. I mean, we could take a hint from, like, we could look into a deck like Yogg combo, that they're an Eldritch deck. I mean, again, I would probably just want to make us a Pyromancer deck. I think Spyro is very good. And then now, like with something like Apprentice, now we're having some artifact synergy for the sagas. This is double artifact for this. This is also something worth evolving into her. And I'm sure somebody's going to say, well, Bruce, why aren't these similar 3-drops you've used in the past when it comes to Wynota? The answer is yes. The answer is yes. But I almost like the look of that. I mean, sure, we'll probably still play like the Shadow Spear. I don't know if I like the main deck Pithing Needle. Like I'm saving so much space in our deck by not playing like the Kitty combo. I don't think the Kitty combo is really that great. I don't think it's a big deal if we can't cast our Daredevils. And I think that as far as like drawing through the deck, I do think that Spyro is really good at that. So this would be 8 tutors for Asmore. Because in a pinch, you could Eldritch like a token. You could Eldritch, because it's X plus 2 or less. So this either lets us go up, or we can actually go down and get Asmore if we don't have one. And I think it's very important that we have Asmore. Now, granted, okay, well, Bruce Spy, what's the issue with this? If you're going to go into red for that matter, right? You're a green, red deck. That's not the issue. The issue is that I'm discarding the idea I was just talking about, which was, well, what if we just use some hand disruption to try to find our way to it? But we'll see. So we can use the cycling lands, the 1-mana cycling lands, or cards like Peatland to cheat out the Asmore, or we can just use Street Wraiths. I think maybe both are smart. Running both just because I don't think I'm going to have the other stuff. I think Yavi's fine. Yavi, green for this, green for that. So we'll play Yavi. We'll play Foothills. Yes, we'll continue to play the sagas. These are 3s, these are 3s, these are 3s. I mean, I'm more interested in Spyro than I am Brea's Apprentice. I was just looking for some synergy in our colors that were also 3-drops. Like, this is an artifact. It makes an artifact. It has abilities regarding artifacts. I can, like, turn the... like, similar to the Trail of Crumbs. I'm not actually a huge fan of Trail of Crumbs. I'd rather even just, like, be playing, like, Tireless Tracker or something like that. Probably got to consider cutting 1 force. I don't need that many force if I'm not going to play Arbor Elf Utopia Sprawl. Let's cut the Thespian stage. That was really bad. Just wasn't good. We can still play Clothies as a tutor target somewhere in the 75. It's something that's good to Eldritch into. It's something that we can even Finale into in a pinch. I don't think we should expect to Finale into Titania. I think that's just moot. I think that's just not going to happen. Yeah, Scavenging Ooze is a cool thing. There's Kitchen Finks to think about. Oh, Soul Guide Lantern. There we go. Because I think Soul Guide only hits your opponent, right? Yeah, it's exile each opponent's graveyards. There we go. That instead of the other piece of graveyard hate we could be playing. And then I need to add a lot of lands. Because this would be 22 lands right here. And again, maybe Clothies is in the sideboard. I do want a Tormod's Crypt. I like the Welding Jar idea, maybe. Because some of these bullets you want to protect. No second Zern Orb, though. I wouldn't want anything like Bloodbraid Elf, right? I don't think so. Again, we're kind of missing out on some of what I was just describing, right? Which was, well, A, I don't think we have enough bodies for the Eldritch yet, right? So am I really going to be hardcasting the Daredevils? I guess in a pinch I will. So we might want like a singleton. We might want to run like a Jund Light mana base, where it's like double Stomping Ground, but then like one Blood Crypt, one... you guys know what I mean by like Jund Light. And then like one Overgrown. And then, I mean, like, again, we could still have like a couple of Thoughtseize in the sideboard. Like, if we're the aggressor, I think we could still do my plan of having some disruption. I don't know if I'd play more than 2 or even 3. Probably just 2 Thoughtseizes, if black is going to be very much a splash. Still need to play more lands than this. Yeah, I like the first Scavenging Ooze. That seems smart. Yeah, first Ooze seems good. We could play some fast lands, not Blackcleave Cliffs. We'd play Copperline Gorge. And it looks like this kind of a list wants to play, like, instead of what I'm doing, it looks like they're playing, it seems as though they're playing a 2 of something like Peatland. I mean, we're more green-green than we are red-red. I'd like to play the filter land, actually. Firelit. Yeah, I'd probably like to play a Thicket. Do we have the luxury of double basic? Probably not. This is no longer Karn's Kitchen anymore. I have no idea what we're calling this. Maybe it's Titania's Kitchen. Maybe it's her kitchen. Maybe it's her kitchen. It says 23 land, which still might be too many. I should cut the Thicket and play Peatland, right? Instead. It looks in their in their list they were playing both Urborg and Yavi. I wonder if that's a clever thing to do. I don't know if it matters for us because I'm not playing anything black. They weren't really either though. Were they literally just playing? They might have just been playing Urborg so they could double spell when they have Sagas out, more commonly, or save some life points against burn. It's kind of a clever idea. It's kind of got to really be colorful and compensate for all the sagas. So my mana base looks a little bit similar now, which is maybe a good thing. Five fetchables for 4 fetch. It's close. Titania probably won't like that so much, but we might be able to get away with it. The Lot Left Troll is cool, but I also don't think I want to play it. I get it. I mean, they're playing it as a They're playing it as a finale target that is a discard outlet, but I feel like wouldn't you just want a 1-drop that's a discard outlet instead? Because Devastation's a lot of mana. I thought Lotleth Troll even had like a cost to his ability. Maybe the Lotleth Troll isn't that. Oh, no, it is just discard a creature card. Okay. That's cool. It's an outlet. Well, it only discards creatures, though. I feel like between Finales and Eldritches, I probably won't have an issue tutoring, but as you can see, we're pretty heavy on what we're doing for 3 mana. Stick these under the Titania. Alright, so we want some lightning bolts up in here, right? I mean, they weren't even bothering with main deck. Graveyard Hate, it looks like. The build that I'm looking at. They weren't even bothering. So maybe we just want cookbooks, Orb, or Shadow Spear as our main deck targets, and then we'll let, you know, Jar, Crypt, and Guide, Pithy Needle, all that out of the sideboard. Oh wait, there's Needle right there. I don't know, cards like a Braid come to mind, or, I mean, since we're in the colors for it, we could play, I mean, I don't want to play that many just because it's our splash, so maybe no more than 2 Thoughtseize, and then maybe no more than, a trophy or 2. Just because since this is a splash color, I don't think we want a bunch of this effect. Yeah, the Trail of Crumbs is cool, but, I don't know. I've seen people using this in this archetype. It's grindy, though. It's kind of neat. Neat technology. Are we green enough for something like Force? I don't think so. Unlike them, like, their green count was a little bit higher, I think, right? Actually, we might be comparable. Might be closer than you'd think. For Forces. Do you think that Force of Vigor is where it's at? If we can afford them, we might want to play those. So I'm not trying to use an engine like Stitcher Supplier or whatever. It looks like, you know, we're trying to churn over our deck with Spyro. We're trying to just tutor for the things. I mean, I am still concerned that we just don't have enough food for the Eldritch. Finale doesn't need a body, but like, what are our bodies, so to speak, right? To grab Titania, or if we don't have the Zern Orb or the ability to set up value, it might be correct to just actually, like, if we have a Daredevil, it might be legitimate sometimes to evolve the Daredevil into the Troll King, actually. Anyway, but what we're hoping to go for is Titania, though. But let's see. I mean, black is still a splash, right? I don't want to commit too much of our sideboard to it. So yeah, let's just do the count. I mean, if I have an extra Asmore, I could see us using it for an Eldritch. So let's just see what we got going on for bodies. For technically, the Daredevils also count, even though I'm only playing the 3F. And then the Sagas, like the constructs, they could become Asmore as well in a pinch off of an Eldritch. I'd like to try this. I'm just trying to see what CMC I'm commonly doing. I don't know, would we want a Collector Oath? I feel like that turns off a lot of what we're trying to do, though. I guess it doesn't. I think there are decks that'll be more dedicated to artifacts than even we are, where a Collector Oath might be a legitimate cyborg card. Like, yes, it'll turn off Orb and Shadow Sphere and Cookbook, but it doesn't turn off me just like making dudes. It doesn't turn off just beat down or making constructs. I don't know. That's kind of a very specific card to think about playing. It seems counterintuitive in a deck like this, though, to me. I think I prefer Karn. Some of these lists were playing Vraska. I think I prefer Karn, actually. It's very close. Fairly close. I think I'm more into Karn. I like the Clothies even if it's only in the sideboard. I'm trying to see if there's any other reasons why I'm in red. I mean, we could play like a Rakdos Charm or something like that. It's a pretty flexible card. I also like Rakdos Charm when it comes to these kind of more hyper-aggressive decks where you bring it in like hoping to tag an artifact or hit their graveyard, but it always has that third mode of you might just get them. But I don't want to play too many black cards. Surprised these lists aren't playing like Collective Brutality. None of them are bothering with Welding Jar. Maybe that's a bad idea on my part. Wish we had more of our sideboard dedicated to stuff that we can Eldritch into that's also easy to Finale into. Like, again, like the masked What's-His-Face comes to mind, Vandal. That's kind of a card that fits that description of it's small enough that we could probably Finale for it. Similar to the Scavenging Ooze, but it's also something that's Eldritchable. I don't think I want stuff like Squirrel, do I? We don't have a lot of 2-drops, so it seems like 5s. Well, if we're going for 5, it's going to be Titania. Which begs the question, right? Well, Bruce By, should you be playing a couple Titanias? Maybe. I mean, maybe not. Maybe she's just a little bit heavy. We don't want to... Like, if we draw her, okay, we try to hardcast her. Otherwise, we're tutoring for her. Oh, thanks, Cylon. I could use a stretch. That was good timing. That was good timing, Cylon. You got him with the stretch. I'm not even wearing socks tonight, as you can see. My toesies. Alright, do I have to touch the toes again? Is that what we're doing? That's what we did last time. I mean, maybe I should, like, vary my stretches. Like, this is a good stretch. Oh, I heard my knees crack. Like, that feels pretty good. You guys can see the Uno cards that I've destroyed from shuffling. They're reversible Uno cards, actually. Have I shown you guys some of the cool stuff on my desk? I also have this that I made the other day. Or, I didn't make it, sorry. I painted it. I did this with my girlfriend at, like, a hobby place. Like, a pottery hobby place. And it's a coin. It's also, I'm calling it a dice castle. It doesn't actually roll dice because it's a bank, but I just put my like D20s and stuff. It's kind of a cool card, or not card. Cool, related to my D&D stuff. All right, next leg. There we go. What do I got to count to here? 20. Oh, Cylon, do you like the direction we're headed in the deck? By the way, do you have any suggestions? I'm trying out. I'm kind of doing my own take on a Hell's Kitchen kind of feel. Oh, that's actually kind of pretty. I didn't realize the new old bordered Rakdos Charm is kind of hot looking. I like that. You liked the other version more? All right, let's see if I can still touch my toes. Yep, still got it. Still got it. Okay, good. Okay. Oh, that's painful. Hurts so good. Yeah, thanks for the stretch, Cylon. That was a nice redemption. Okay, I'm back. So we need to cut a card from the sideboard. I'm thinking it's the welding jar. Cool. Sweet. I mean, this list is just playing good cards, right? I probably don't actually have enough money to play this list, but we'll see if I can budget this out. Let's see if we could play it. Yeah, I mean, the land destruction, like, that is fun. It just didn't work. So I kind of like trying out. I just need to see how the Asmore deck ticks, right? And so this is a more like normalized kind of take on Asmore, with me still trying to fulfill the dream of pulling off Titania. The Titania dream, guys. We got to live the Titania dream. So let's see. This deck's just like doing a lot more stuff on turn 1 too, which is it's a good thing. Like, I don't tend to build decks that are, yeah, as proactive. Finale is our 2-drop. We have plenty of 3-drops. Actually, this isn't as curving as bad as I made it look, is it? I mean, like, yes, you can make an argument that Zern Orb's down here, Shadow Spear for the full cost is up here in the 3s. Let's see, Peatlands are here. So you can make an argument that this isn't curving nearly as badly as the land destruction deck we were just working on. Isn't Lightning Axe just better than Bolt in this list? That's very possible, Piri. Yeah, is that like a major reason for us to be in red, as we would get to play Lightning Axes? I like where your mind is at. See, this is why I like to brew decks with you guys, because you guys are... Oh, let's actually stay in that build. Stay there. Yeah, I think Lightning Axe is actually a really sweet, legitimate reason to be in red. I like that. Good call. Play axes. I mean, it's not always better, right? Because, but yeah, I want more ways to turn on the Asmore, especially if I'm not going to play Street Wraith. If I'm just using Cookbook, Peatland, Saga. So yeah, more ways to... Well, also Seasoned Pyromancer, but that's tough. That's a 5-mana play. It's also either red, or red, black, colorless. So I shouldn't really think about the Spyros as being part of that. And we don't need a playset of Apprentice, by the way. I just think that this is like good fodder, good food for... I mean, if I have enough money, maybe we get like an Endurance in here or something. I just want something else that's a 3-drop. I mean, the other thing we could do, and this is something I considered, if we don't go red, another way that would suck for me to like rebrew this whole thing, right? But if we didn't go red as the splash, Bug could also be really good, and Bug would get Emery. And maybe we don't go as deep as Urza, but if we go Emery, we obviously I'd have to increase, like we play Bauble then, but if we played Bauble and Emery, Emery would be something that's very cheap, that's eldritchable into the Titania. That's something that I've tried before, is Emery. But I think I want the red splash. The cool thing about the red splash too, which I haven't added to the deck yet, which I really need to, I forgot, because this is something we've done before with Titania, is we could consider the first Gargadon. What about a singleton Gitrog monster? A Gitrog frog? Everybody loves the frog. We all love the frog. We all love the frog. I'm trying to combo though, but yes, I mean I like Gitrog frog. When I've played frog in the past, I've done it with like infinite combos using you use the Dredge Land, and you can play either Seismic Assault, or you could even just do the one that makes infinite bears. Well, you don't make infinite bears, you make progressively infinite bears. Are you aware of that 3-card combo? It's Gitrog frog plus either Seismic Assault or the one that makes bear tokens, and the Dredge Land. So if I was doing that, I'd be down. It's actually these colors, kind of, that combo. I think the better way to do it is green-black, but anyway. Let's see. So yeah, Gargadon. So in the past when we've played Titania, we were playing a singleton Gargadon, because the Gargadon is kind of a replacement for... Gargadon is a replacement for the Zern Orb. So it gives you a little bit of redundancy. So we could try that, I suppose. We have a lot of stuff that we have plenty of things that could be sacrificed. So maybe we want to try something like weird like a Gargadon. Although I feel like that build we would want more than one Titania. What else? Oh yeah, Mayhem Devil is also in our colors. Devil's got to be something we play in this list too, right? Maybe we don't play that many of them. There's like Devil to consider. There's also she doesn't work in this, but there was another card I was thinking of. But yeah, you could play Devils too. I don't want to like put us too far into the black camp for our mana, but I don't know. The Daredevil was really important. I should have had way more copies than I did. Yeah, stuff like Garg, stuff like Daredevil. These are things we could do in theory, and that would be like you cut, I don't know, 2 Apprentice. I think that Spyro is still better than Apprentice. Like, Apprentice is just an engine when it comes to... And I kind of prefer Apprentice to even, like, the Trail of Crumbs. Trail of Crumbs is, like, a similar engine to what the Brea's Apprentice is offering. I actually kind of prefer Brea's Apprentice to this Trail of Crumbs engine. They're doing similar things. They're both trying to turn food into card advantage. I kind of just prefer Brea's Apprentice to the Trail of Crumbs, so we're going to cut that slot. And I do think that Mayhem Devil... excels the most when my opponents have weenies. So maybe it's actually a sideboard plan and we just continue to play more apprentices. So I do think that Devil is better if there's smaller things to kill, in the same way that, you know, like Ren and 6 is a little bit stronger when there's smaller things to kill. By the way, we're in the colors for Ren and 6. Should we consider Ren and 6? I wonder if we should be playing Ren and 6s now that I think about it. I don't know if we have enough utility. I mean, what does he do? He picks up fetches, he picks up Peatland, he picks up Saga. Do we have enough synergy for this card? Maybe not. How many hits do I really have for him? The fetches, Saga, and the 2 of Peatland. That might not be enough. I might not even have enough lands for Titania's synergy. We might need to go a little bit heavier on our fetches than I currently am. We might not get to play all these different gorges. Something to think about. Yeah, I do think that Mayhem Devil's sweet. It's just maybe I only want it once we know for sure. I think I'm okay, Pirpi, with evolution off of a Daredevil resulting in either Titania or Troll King. And then... I don't know, we could get really greedy. I mean, like, something that was going on with these other Hell's Kitchens lists that I saw is they didn't have a ton of, like, draw or draw discard. They were just kind of, like, hoping to just have all the things. Their only draw looks to be the Street Wraiths, right? So, like, maybe we could get away with just 2 ofs of both of those engines. I think that's very greedy, but maybe we could if we had some more draw engines besides just Spyro. And again, like, Apprentice is that draw engine. It is a draw engine in this deck, letting us see an extra card every single turn. So yeah, I do think that there's something to a red version of this. The mana on this is like pretty awful though, right? Like this is a single black, red, green deck, right? Upwards of more green than that if you count Troll King, but yeah, I do think the deck can struggle when you don't see... We were noticing that the deck was struggling a little bit when we didn't see Daredevil or King. You kind of need to see, you know, some of this, right? But this might be a good starting place for like a red-black build. Gamble would be a perfect fit. Wasn't there something? Yeah, there's go get non-legendary. Yeah, there is like a go get a non-legendary, not unmarked grave. Yeah, I mean maybe grave would be sweet. I am a little surprised we don't see that from the other deck. The other deck is just, you know, play set, play set, play set. I don't know if I want to get that tutor heavy, but it is interesting to think about that we could just like, I mean, like part of the reason they don't is because it's nice to just be able to just naturally ditch these when it comes to the cookbook. But yeah, you could do something like really weird and greedy, which is like do this and then like try to find them. I think that's a little strange, but yeah. It's just that's just a little expensive at that point. Like yes, like it's nice because like you don't benefit from multiples when it comes to Daredevil. But like what else am I setting up with Unmarked Grave? It doesn't look like I'm setting up anything. What? Like go get Pyromancer to exile it and make tokens? I'm with you. I'm with you that like in theory like okay, we could just play 4 of this card and then we have access to the Troll King. We have access to the Daredevil without needing to run extra copies of them. But then, like, what else am I doing? Am I going to play, like, a Singleton Lingering Souls? Am I going to, like, what, like, do you see what I'm saying? Is this not the spell you were talking about, though, by the way? Unmarked Grave? We're also going down a card, whereas like think about how Cookbook works, right? Like we want to ditch the Daredevil and then it gets itself back. Like if we start that chain with okay, unmarked to put the Daredevil in the graveyard for this, I still have to discard another card is the issue. Maybe Grave would be better if we also run Oven Familiar. Well, right, and then we're like going into I don't think that the Oven Familiar engine is very strong. I've played against it several times. I mean, I'm one to talk. I haven't had a lot of reps. I haven't played, you know, very much of any of the different styles of Kitchen. I was trying to go off in a different direction with Kitchen, as you can see. So I think with Seasoned Pyromancer, like, we're totally fine to play multiples of these pieces. And I actually do think that there's a chance that we want... there's a chance that we want 3 ofs or even 4 ofs of both. I think we'll try a 3-2 split, but... yeah, I don't know. I'm still concerned that I don't have enough bodies for the Eldritch. I mean, I guess we do now. It's close, right? Whoops. I mean, because in a pinch, we could Eldritch one of our Gilded Geese into Asmo, which is nice. But let's see. What was our count for... I'm not talking about what turns into the Troll King. That's only Daredevil. But I'm talking about what can I Eldritch into the Titania? I think it's just these 10, right? You don't like the Apprentice? Well, I certainly like Apprentice more than something like Trail of Crumbs, don't we? So you don't like these? But you like the Spyros, right? Or, I mean, like, the Spyros are the hardest card for us to cast in the deck, right? The red is really tough, but Spyro's just also a very good Magic card. So you don't like the Abrea's Apprentice. Did you like the Mayhem Devil idea? Corset 2-drop, discards to exile 2 off the top seems better. Oh, the little, I mean, have you seen all the different stuff on this, though? This guy just keeps going. It's just every turn, exile a food, have access to a new card. Have you played with the card yourself, Cylon? Because I've played with this card in some of our Winota shells. Has great synergy with Gilded Goose. You just make a food, draw a card, make a food, draw a card, make a food, draw a card. Are you sure? I also need 3-drop creatures if I'm going to do this. Try to do one of these into this. Mayhem Devil's so nuts, though. Yeah, no, Mayhem Devil's sweet. I mean, at best, that's going to happen on turn 4. I mean, that's true. Like, the nice thing about Mayhem Devil is it has a lot of synergy for Asmo. And they do benefit as being in... They do like to be in multiples. Like, we could just go that route. I've seen people doing Mayhem Devil with Asmo. Mayhem Devil has a lot of synergy for my Gargadon plan too. Like to the point where I might even want a second Gargadon if we're gonna play. Well, maybe not. I think the first Gargadon's really good if we're gonna play some number of Devils. Like Devil really likes the Zurin Orb. Devil really likes the Gargadon. I think this actually ties this whole deck together, doesn't it? And then I guess we could play the Trail of Crumbs after all. I really don't like this card. I mean, I get it. I get why the deck is playing it, but Devil you like? Alright, let's play a 3F. And something else for my sideboard, folks. Wish we had like a one-sided like sweep or something. It's way too much to ask for. Got a Random Charm. I've got a Tutorable Vandal, a Tutorable Ooze, Tutorable Clothies, Karn, because I like Karn in these archetypes or the sagas. Zurin Orb, Plague, can pack the punch. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, Piri Piri. Yes. Or however you pronounce your name, friend. Sorry. Forgive me for that. Yeah, I'm liking the look. I'm liking the look. I like that we just will very consistently have Asmore. I mean, we kind of, like, this is a little bit unheard of. Like, in these Asmore decks, you usually only have 8 copies. In theory, if we're going to be an Eldritch deck, we would have 12 copies of Asmore. But not really. I mean, like, Eldritch sometimes needs to be something else. But very rarely is Finale of Devastation anything else other than Asmore. We should just run Braids. You want me to run a Braids in the sideboard? You want me to play Braids? And for more Braids in any deck. I almost feel like we'd also maybe want K-Command. For some of these bullets that I'm getting, I'm very sad if they die and we don't get to reuse them. I do wonder if like a Kolaghan's Command could squeeze its way into our 75. By the way, I don't think we have enough green for Force of Vigor. Now that I'm looking at us now that we've kind of cut some more of our green. I don't think we have enough green for Force of Vigor. Maybe those will be the... Maybe that'll be... Can K-Command make me discard a card? It can. It does. Lightning Axe isn't as main deckable as Kolaghan's Command is. Lightning Axe is really only... I mean, we could do like a split. We could do like 1-1-1-1. I don't know. Lightning Axe is, of course, only effective if my opponents have something to hit with it. So, just a thought. We could do a Splitsies. K-Command's just also a very grindy card, and I do like it when you're playing a deck that has like some bullets where it's like, oh man, like there goes our only Titania. Oh wait, we can just pick it up again. You know, those kinds of thoughts. It's just a very grindy card. Let's price it and see where we're at so far. That does make me have a lot less enchantment removal, but we've got the Vandal, we've got the Assassin's Trophies. If we want mass enchantment removal, that stuff does exist. In green. Yeah, I like the direction we're in. Like, we have clear reasons why we're in black, right? We're in black because we want Daredevil and Devil. We want the Devils, right? We're in red because we want to play Spyro because it's just a very good magic card. We're in black. I mean, Braids is the greediest card in our deck, right? Because she's black. So I will mention that. What about even just like Calidus? Or is that any creature? I think Calidus is any creature. Calidus would be something strong for us to evolution into, though. Yeah, it's creatures opponents control. This is a strong thing for us to consider Eldritching into. Granted, I don't have many 2-drops, though. Yeah, so these like 4-drops seem awkward to me. Both Calidus and Braids seem awkward to me because I'm not playing a lot of 2-drops to Eldritch into. You know, we're back to the drawing board a little bit here. I mean, I do think that we could still play Braids maybe anyways, just because she's so synergistic. Yeah, I do like that Calidus is like one-sided graveyard hate. I mean, so is the Tormod's Crypt and the Lantern. I don't know if we have enough graveyard hate. Oh, no, I'm playing a Rakdos Charm. We're probably good on the graveyard hate plan. Yeah, I mean, Braids, she's going to excel in the games that slow down, right? Post-board. I don't know. She definitely doesn't hurt us all that much. We'll have plenty of things to sacrifice, right? We should anyway if our deck is doing what it's supposed to be doing. We may still want to play a playset of Daredevil, because Daredevil in this list doubles as an Eldritch. Like, call me crazy. I wonder if, well, no, I like at least two kings. I was considering like seeing if I could slim somewhere else to, because I do think that Daredevil's important. I think that the Daredevil in some cases is more important than the king. Because if you don't have the, like this is kind of like, you know, build your own bad punishing fire, right? Is like why people, like why we're doing it anyway. You know, this plus this is like, yeah, like build your own kind. I mean, it's different than punishing fire because you kill like pretty much any size creature within reason. It's pretty crazy that it's 6. I mean, you could even kill like a prime time. So like this 3-card combo, and it's really a 2-card combo because Asmore comes with the food with the cookbook attached, right? I don't know. I'm worried that we're not respecting like some of the things that this deck normally has access to, which is namely they're normally a Street Wraith deck. You can make the argument, okay, Bruce Spy, Eldritch is your worst tutor in this deck, and I think it is. I think that Eldritch is the weaker tutor in this build. I think the Finale is still stronger because it's 2 mana, go get Asmore. Whereas Eldritch is kind of like getting some of our finishers. I mean, I might play just a 3 of. Maybe that would be more correct. To run 7 tutors, but we want more Finales than we want Eldritches. So it's kind of like we have access to 4 Titanias, which probably is correct, right? Because she's like she's not a last resort. Like if we have a line to go for her, we should do it more than pretty much anything else our deck's doing. But let's see. Yeah, so we look like this. You guys see everything? I feel like chat is covering the deck. There we go. And I'm covering Braids. What do you guys think? I think the playset of Daredevil is just so important. But I think some of these other cards like Mayhem Devil can be a 3 of, and Feasting can even be a 2 of, I think. Because I think the most important thing is that we assemble we're not going down cards. Like even Spyro has synergy for Daredevil, if you think about it. Like we discard down and then we just get this back into our hand and then we discard more later on. Like there's synergy. There's more synergy to be had in the deck with Daredevil than just Asmore, right? Like we can also just discard it with Pyro. This way we don't have many 3-drops to sack to Evolution to Titanius as Piri. Well, I think we were already in that direction. Because we don't want to sack Devil. Right, I think I would sack Devil if it resulted in a Titania kill, though. Right, like if I did have a line to get Zernorb and we did have to give up the Devil, I think we would want to. Like, yes, we'd much rather sacrifice Spyro or Daredevil. But I think in a pinch, we would sacrifice any of these 11 if it resulted in a win. Right? Which Titania usually does result in a win. I think I see what you're saying, though. I was trying to play other creatures that gave us value that didn't mind dying, like something like Kitchen Finks, right? Yeah, I mean, Kitchen Finks makes perfect sense to me alongside Evolution. Or like the Undying creatures, right? Undying creatures have synergy with Daredevil, don't they? Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, maybe just like some number of Kitchen Finks or something. I mean, what's cool about Devil, it's whenever a player sacrifices a permanent. Like, these help in the mirror. These trigger against, like, fetches. There's all sorts of, like, weird stuff in Modern that actually triggers Mayhem Devil. I don't know. Maybe Kolaghan's Command is still a sideboard card. I don't know. I mean, Finale of Devastation can always... Well, we're not going to get to 7 mana, but... What's cool is this can pick something out of your graveyard too. But no, I mean, I'm with you, Pierre. Like, we don't want to sacrifice the Devil. We don't really want to do that. Alright, Mayhem Devil, super cool. Just not sure if it fits in with this green tuning titanium plan. Yeah, I think that Mayhem Devil might be happier with, I hate to say it, the Cauldron. Like, this might be the missing piece to what makes me, actually not hate the Cauldron Familiar. Like, that was my issue with, like, I felt like when I've seen people doing the Cauldron Familiar thing, I've just felt like it's, oh yeah, this other Cauldron, right? Interesting. That's not what I meant. I want these. So yeah, like I think that Mayhem Devils could be the missing piece to like make this card. And like I would only play like 2 or 3 of it. Because again, I feel similarly about this card as I do the Feasting Troll King. Although you can make an argument that like doubling like multiple Troll Kings is fine. When it comes to Familiar, you really only want to see the one. Now I know in the case of Daredevil, I feel like I was making a case that you do want multiples. And if we're going to play Familiar, obviously we need to play some number of the other piece. What is it? Witches. I don't know. I mean, I've seen people doing it. I felt like for a while it just wasn't that strong. But maybe Devil is the missing piece. What about cutting green entirely? Just go Familiars, play Liliana. Well, green though gives me Finale. I think the greediest thing I'm doing is the Spyro. By the way, like I mean, we don't need to hard cast Daredevil, but like we've got, this is a black card we are trying to cast. These are black cards now, which is Ovens are not, but. Yeah, I just feel as though the like, don't get me wrong, I understand why people in like the plain kind of more budget friendly just plain green black Hell's Kitchen are doing Witches Familiar, because this is a food engine. I get it. I do understand it. It's just I've always felt like it's a little underwhelming. So I do wonder if like a red splash build with Devils, like maybe we don't even bother with Spyro. Like maybe all we're trying to do is Familiar Oven, multiple, like you almost want, I mean, you do want a split, right, if you're going to do this, because each, like, yes, a second Familiar doesn't really do anything, but like multiple Ovens do, because you get to do it multiple times. I know I was sitting here preaching on that. I mean, like again, like we're moving in the direction of no Eldritch, no Titania, which is fine. I mean, like maybe all that we figured out is, okay, we do want to be doing what some of these other Hell's Kitchens decks are doing. We just want, and I guess I'd still play Gargadon with Devil. I don't know if we would want to play Orb. I mean, Orb is helpful against Burn. Orb has enough synergy for Devil that I don't even know if we need the Titania anymore. Like this might be the smarter plan. And then we get lower to the ground. I cut like a land or two. And then we look a little bit more like the normal Hell's Kitchens decks. We're just splashing red for a few select cards, like Devil mainly, maybe Axe. So they play 21 land and 4 Street Wraith. Like, we could try to, like, shrink the deck down to look more like that. I mean, my mana base would need to change from what it currently is. Yeah, I'm not in love with the playset of Familiar, playset of Oven. I feel like this is like a supplemental engine. And really, in my mind, I don't feel like this engine's very strong unless we have something going like a Devil. What about 1 Cat, 1 Daredevil? 4 Entombs, playset of Exhume. Those aren't in this format. You're thinking of Persist. Well, now you're speaking my language, though. Hang on. I'm not talking about playing the Reanimate, like the... I'm not thinking of... I'm with you. You are speaking my language just now. Because I think now... Because before we didn't have enough stuff we wanted to put in the bin. I think we do now. Was it search? Non-legendary? I do think that we have... I don't think I'd play Persist, though. I don't think I'd play the Reanimate spell. I think I would just play these. Some number of these, and that gets around me needing to play extra familiars necessarily. I mean, sure, there's like Path to Exile or whatever, but like, because what you really want is you want extra ovens. You don't really want extra familiars. So I might be willing to pay an extra mana to just tutor for this piece instead of having to play multiple copies. Grave would find what? It would find us Daredevil if we don't have it yet. Which, again, like, if we're playing Graves, then I can start to cut on Daredevils. I'm less interested in the playset of Daredevil if we're not going to play Spyro, right? Spyro was one of the main proponents why... Also, Eldritch, one of the main reasons why I didn't mind the extra Daredevils. Yeah, so, like, we could use Grave to set this up. Like, this could be our other tutor besides Devastation. Devastation, of course, finds Familiar or finds Asmore very mana efficiently. Hang on, I kind of like where this is headed. So actually what we need the playset of, theoretically, is the Devil. Maybe. Maybe we don't bother with it. Main board. Maybe we just have these in the sideboard. In my mind, when I added the Lightning Axes, I was thinking, because there's a 2 of Fatal Push in a lot of these builds. This is kind of neat, perhaps using Grave in kind of new and interesting ways than what we've seen. I think I'm going to cut this. Especially without Eldritch, I think we cut this, no offense. I like the look of that sideboard now. You meant Unearth? Oh, you meant Unearths? Unearths for getting Asthma back. Yeah, the first Unearth is fine, maybe. Unearth would also hit Devil. I mean, maybe if we play Unearths, I don't need this many Mayhems. Yeah, Unearth's, Unearth is a good suggestion, perhaps. You're very bad with Karn names. You're fine. So maybe I don't need that playset then. And I mean, I certainly don't need a playset of Daredevil if we're just going to tutor for it. So that's actually really neat. Do we just want to do that? Because these cards are awkward when they're not where you want them to be. And I'm sure somebody somewhere is going to say, well, but Bruce, you need food to... I know. Like, it's almost like every game we'd have to start off with Graving for Daredevil. Like, I get it. I get why the lists are playing the playset, but it's kind of neat that this would be a box for these 3 pieces. Now, do I like having more tutors than I like having pieces? Not really. That worries me a little bit. And if we were to double up on anybody in this pile, it would be the Daredevil. Because I do think that the deck just doesn't... After playing this for a full league, the Asmore Daredevil engine, I don't think the deck works without Daredevil. I just don't think it does, right? So I think if we were to double up on anybody in this pile, it'd be Daredevil, and I'd rather have more copies of this stuff than I have tutors, right? But then again, like, what you really want to do is you want to get more than one Feasting Troll King going. So maybe we would do something like this. Yeah, I do think the Unearth is sweet. And maybe it's still not, even then, not a playset of Marked. But I do like that it lets us choose from these 3 different important pieces when we need them. Versus, like, alright, well, we didn't draw it, so... Yep. Let's see how we're curving here now. Okay, so we have a bunch of different zeros now. So let's pile this accordingly. I'd like to get more ovens in here, because, like, you can use extra ovens, but let's just leave it at 2. Because we're only playing 1 familiar, so, like, this is only a tutor target, whereas these are engines we can just more regularly find. And it's not like these have 0 text without the familiar, they're just a lot weaker without the familiar. So these are 1s, we have lots of 1s, these are 3s, this is a 1, these are 4s and bigger. I'm being a little lazy not to fix our mana. We're definitely more red-black and the splash. Sorry, we're definitely now a black-green deck with the splash being red, so I have to change our mana. But that's not a huge dealio. It wouldn't take me long to switch us. We actually don't need the filter land now, which is great. I think the deck's going to be happier without needing filters. And the peatlands, like, there isn't... What stinks about being base red-green is there isn't a horizon land that's in our colors, right? So let's play Verdant Catacombs. Also, unmark, Asmo, bring it back with Unearth could be a legitimate line. Yeah, I like the Unearths a lot. Yeah, I like that we're not going to get clogged up with familiars, but if we have Oven, we'll go get it. That excites me. Get another Verdant. That's not a big deal. Cut these, and then I want to play a different fast land. I want to play... yeah, why don't we just play a playset of Blossom. Or no, not Blossom. Blooming. It's a blooming mosh. Makes me think of like a blooming onion from like... Alright, so sweet. So, and this also works better with our legendary lands too. So red is very clearly the splash. I don't think I have enough red though. So this is red, red. Gonna get rid of the mountain. Gonna play... gonna play swamp instead, of course. We need a little bit more red than this. We need to play a few more fetches. I'll fix that. So maybe instead of getting to play the play set of Blooming Marsh, we only get to play some number. So I just need a lot more red than this to play. I mean, we only have a few red cards, sure, and a few in the sideboard. What, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? It's a very light red splash, but we do need to actually get there. Modern Horizons 2 black common removal for black also hits Planeswalkers. Karn freezing our books could be bad for us. What, Dreadbore? I've got some Assassin's trophies. You want me to play Dreadbore instead? I feel like since we're in the colors for trophy, we should just play trophy though. We also have a Pithing Needle. Well, Pithing Needle doesn't help us against Karn, right? Yeah, the 2-to-1 ratio of Oven to Familiar makes me happy. So yeah, we can't play this many Blooming Marshes. I do need to play fetches. I'm just trying to figure out if I want basic, easier access to basic forest or basic swamp. I'm kind of trying to look at the numbers. This is a black source essentially. Black source. These are greens. None of these are really being cast though. But yeah, 3 red, but these are also black. Black, black. I mean, yeah, I mean, like, we're definitely, now we're more so a black deck than a green deck, so that would be black fetches is what we want. Yeah, we might not get the luxury of playing any Blooming Marsh, actually, if we're going to add this 3rd color, which stinks. We're going to take a bit more damage from our mana base than the Hell's Kitchen deck normally does. I mean, for the sake of science, right? For the sake of the red splash. Oh, bone shards? That's a clever idea. I don't know if I want to main deck it. I feel like we're an engine deck, and I just want us to do our thing game 1, and then post-board we'll run stuff like that. I still feel like I'd rather use Assassin's Trophy, Piri, in that slot. Didn't we have clear reasons why we wanted Axe, or maybe we don't need it anymore? We were playing Axe because we wanted to... because we wanted to have a removal spell that hits big stuff that also lets us pitch Asmo, right? That was the thought process behind these. But like a lot of people are just running Fatal Push. So I don't know, I'm a little worried about this decision. I guess you can cycle Unearth and that also does the Asmo thing. Like maybe these are wrong. That's not me saying that Bone Charge is necessarily right, but maybe these are wrong. These should just be like pushes or bolts. But shards let you pitch for Asmo, Bruce Spy. You're really pitching this, my friend. Doesn't this also cost... I mean, this also costs me a... Oh, or discard a card. Wow. Okay. I am reassessing. I forgot that this was sacrifice or discard. I am reassessing. Thanks for being so patient with me, Piri. I have seen the light. I have seen the light. Wish we had more synergy for Grave. I can't think of anything. Can you guys think of something spicy to put in the Grave? I mean, I'm not talking like super spicy like that angel that gains you life every turn. That's not the level of spice I'm looking for. I just wonder if there are other sweet things for us to be putting in. I guess there isn't, right? Like, these are our engines. These are the things we want to put in the bin. I can't think of anything else. I'm sure that we could play like an ancient... What is it, Grudge? Or what's the one that has Dredge on it? You could play like a Grudge, or you could play something weird like what's that card that's like... There is one for enchantments too, but let's see, Grudge or I don't know how deep I want to go. I don't know how deep I want to go with Unmarked Grave. It's not like there's Faithless Looting in the format anymore. There's like Jumpstart cards. There's Unburial Rites, but that's out of our colors. Oh, earlier you was saying we could Unmarked Asmo. That's actually not a line. Oh yeah, Shenanigans. Thank you. I'd rather play Shenanigans, wouldn't I? Thank you. Something you were talking about earlier. Also, I think we should stay away from a lot of... As much as I want to play K-Command, now that we're down to like 20, 21 lands, maybe we shouldn't play too many 3-drops. I feel like we're getting a lot lower to the ground. I mean, the exception, it's fine if the exception's Devil. But, earlier somebody was saying we could... There's a line of we could use... Unmarked to put this in the bin and then unearth it. This is search your library for a non-legendary, so she doesn't fit into this equation. Just for the record. That was something we were talking about earlier. So if we were to play this card, it would just be for setting these 6 cards up. But it'd be kind of like we have 7 copies of Daredevil, and Daredevil is a very important card to this archetype. Like, not that that's like a secret or anything, people know that, but like this card is a very important card to this archetype, so it'd be nice for us to have more copies of it. And this card kind of gives us more copies of this, whilst giving us 5 copies of Familiar, whilst giving us access to both of the Troll Kings. So I do think that this is neat. I mean, I almost want to play like Vengevine or something. Makes me wonder if we could be doing Vengevines. I don't know. I don't know if I have enough 1-drop critters, really. I don't actually think so. I think there are some builds of this deck that pull off Vengevine. I don't think it's us. There's some builds of this deck that also try to do Hollow One. I don't think that's us either. I was just wondering if there were more things I could just like dump into the grave. But I think that Troll King is better for us. I think we're definitely like more on the food engine, right? I mean, certainly with ovens, you know, Gilded Goose oven, cookbook, right? We're definitely like a food engine deck for sure. So I think we're more interested in Troll Kings, like even 3rd copy of Troll King before the first Vengevine, right? And this says Return Feasting. What about Croxa? Well, Croxa is also legendary. What about the Escape that puts a goat in play? Well, the first Croxa could be good for us. I'm just worried about the red part in my Urza Saga deck. There's a few different escape creatures. Yeah, Elspeth, right? We'll just search for a Planeswalker, right? Oh, we should play a Cling to Dust as an unmarked grave target. Good thinking. That could be like our other thing besides the shenanigans, and this is main deckable. Nice. Now I feel a lot less bad that we're not running any main deck graveyard hate, because we weren't gonna play the Lantern in the main. This is a great suggestion. There's also like Favor. This kills weenies. This is like a popper card, though. I don't know if we could play that. I'm just putting in the pile for us to think about it. There's Ox of Agonis, but that's red. Underworld Breach is hilarious and powerful. Sir Conrad Spice. I mean, I almost want to just like put what's his face Hakan in our bin and like do Hakan stuff. Like Unmarked Grave is like, oh no, Hakan's legendary. Never mind. We keep thinking of sweet stuff to put in our bin and it just doesn't work. Where's this card you were talking about? I think I'm familiar with it. The yeah, Woe Strider. I don't know why we didn't see it up higher. So this is 5 mana for me to escape it. It does give me sacrificing creatures to scry. Oh, if you escape it, it's a 5/4. That's interesting. The escape cost is only exile 4 other cards. Like you would be playing this just because it's so grindy. This card is just so grindy. Hang on, I needed to add 2 more lands. This is actually kind of a neat idea. It's not legendary. God. Yeah, Hakan's legendary. I'm almost 100%. You want to play this guy? That is some spice. I'm trying to keep our curve kind of on the lower side. That's why I'm trying to move away from Titania. I'm trying to let her go. I'm trying to let her go, guys. Just you have to let me let her go. You know, isn't there a song about that? You gotta let me let her go. Maybe we do just cut Karn. I feel like we're moving more and more away from like an artifact heavy build. I feel like Karn is just not really going to perform in my build of this deck anymore. I mean, just because this card works in Pauper doesn't mean it would in Modern, but it is kind of a spicy thing to go tutor for with the Unmarked. I do like engines like this. They definitely like bring out the brewer in me to like think about okay, what would be good to be in our graveyard, right? So 2 different sacrifice engines for Devil. We have some unearths, get them back. So like we could get the Devil. I am aware of that. Like we could go Unmarked, Unearthed, Devil. Like, that does work. It's not, he's not legendary. But we do need to cut some cards to squeeze in the, I don't know. I think the Strider's maybe still a little bit cute, because I think we would still rather get a second king. I mean, I get it. I get it's hard to have 3 food sometimes. I feel like not for this deck, though. I think this is neat. I think I'm not going to play it, but I think that was really innovative. But I appreciate you mentioning the escape mechanic, because you made me remember cards, weird cards like this. And I'm sure, like, well, Bruce, by surely my Woe Strider is more playable than your Mogus's Favor idea, right? What about Gaia's Blessing or Eldrazi for Mill? Mill's not... I'm okay if Mill just beats us, which it does. We're, like, Mill... Hold on, Video Gamer. So Mill is a deck that main decks Surgical Extraction. I think it's silly to... Like, you'll notice... Like, check this out, Video Gamer. I appreciate the suggestion, but you look at these Hell's Kitchens lists, for example, you won't see any of them bothering to bother with sideboard for Mill. And the reason is they beat us game 1 every time. You're pretty much every time. Like, you're already so disadvantaged in that matchup from the get-go. It's not worth spending sideboard slots, in my opinion, on the sideboard games, because it's really not going to help you beat them. Often it won't be enough even for you to beat them post-board, because like so much of what we're doing, yeah, like our deck is just very graveyard oriented. And it's not like we're as straightforward as Dredge even, right? We're doing some powerful things. We get to play Saga and such, right? But we're more of a graveyard deck that also has some good grind to it. There's a lot of people that have just... A lot of players, excuse me, that just say, well, you should just be playing Dredge. Like, this is just the new hotness people are wanting to mess around with, right? And I agree with that assessment. I think that's absolutely right. I do think that this is just the new hotness on the block. And it's fun to think about, but it's not, I don't know. Like, I hope that it may stick around. Let's just play more fetch and just hope to, Bloodstained is the fetch I want to go with, because we more commonly need black than we do, green, with the exception of Goose, right? We ran the numbers. Although I do need green for Finale. But, we're playing Peatlands. So we are playing more, just naturally, more green-black. I hope I explained myself, though, Video Gamer 5555. I'm not saying you're wrong. I think just in the instance of some of these very graveyard-centric decks, like you also see that in the case of Dredge. Dredge doesn't bother, to my knowledge, Dredge doesn't play cards to help it in the mill matchup, because they know that it's a tough matchup. Now you get it? No, but I appreciate you saying that, and I don't want to... I'm trying to say it in such a way. I'm not trying to come down on you. I think you're spot on. I think if we could, we should consider... Mill is coming back in popularity, right? So it's around enough that if we weren't a graveyard-centric deck, like, yes, I should respect the deck. And I do respect the deck. I just don't think I do... In the case of something like this, I won't. Usually one of the first things you look at for decks that use the graveyard. Oh yeah. Dredge also plays Creeping Chills, which help in the mill matchup. Yeah, kind of. Kind of, yeah. Kappa, huh? I like that we have more 2-drop things to be doing. They're all tutory things. It's interesting. Very toolboxy. Cling. Familiar. Yeah, I like that curve. We need to cut a card though, but I like that curve. Maybe we cut Shadow Spear. Shadow Spear's pretty common to these decks though, isn't it? Yeah. I mean, I like Shadow Spear. Some of these lists are main decking Epiphany Needle. I'm not doing that, but maybe that's correct. I mean, maybe we don't need to main deck the Cling to Dust either. I do think the least impactful card in my sideboard is the Favor, so I'm fine cutting that to run the Dust in the sideboard for now. Dust probably eventually does end up main board, but let's just sideboard it for now. It's not like unmarked for Cling to Dust is good graveyard hate anyway, right? Let's just keep that in mind. It's not. It's very... That would be very slow, clunky. That'd be like, turn 2, I go get this, okay? We need another land drop. We need another land drop. And, like, Cling to Dust is going to excel in a deck that just naturally plays a lot more mana, plays a lot more land than we do. Like, we're not playing a lot of lands in this list. So, just another thing to think about. So let's price this out. This shouldn't actually be that expensive. So this is no longer Titania's Kitchen. We have become Jund's Kitchen? I don't know. People just call this... We could just call it Jund Hell's Kitchen. Do you want Zuranorb? And Gargadon without playing Titania? I think we do, right? Don't we want engines for the Mayhem Devil? Especially since our plan is to tutor for it sometimes when we have an Unearth. I think we do want these other engines. Maybe it's wrong. Maybe we only want Zuranorb, but Gargadon lets me sacrifice other things. I mean, maybe we only want the Zuranorb because Asmore gives us the ability to sacrifice the food. Witch's Oven will let us sacrifice our creatures. Zuranorb would give us the last angle, which is sacrificing lands. Gargadon gives us all those angles in just one card, but maybe you're right. Maybe with only Devil, maybe we don't want this. Maybe we just want the tutorable piece. Because we already have natural synergy for Devil, right? I think you're spot on. Gargadon's good in response to the last Saga trigger, though. Yeah, it is. Oh, you know what? Saga's going to naturally work with Devil, too. That's funny. I didn't think about that. So hang on. We have a little bit more synergy now. Let's talk about our synergy briefly with Devil. So Devil synergizes with Sagas, Ovens, cookbooks, kind of. I wouldn't say so. It's so much mana to sacrifice a food token on its own. I mean, it's not. It's 2. But, you know, we'll put it in the pile. That's synergistic. Asmore has synergy for Devil. Familiar doesn't naturally have synergy. Gilded Goose actually does. Oh, no. This does have synergy. Sacrifice of food. Yeah, that does. And then the Zuranorb. Our fetches have synergy for Devil. So do the Peatland. So, I mean, there's a lot of synergy for that card. I almost wish we had more copies. All of our fetches have synergy. We have 8 fetch. So, like, yeah, this maybe would be a deck where we want more fetches than usual. Looks like currently there's 30 cards worth of synergy for Devil. You can make an argument that the Unearths have synergy too because they bring them back. I kind of want more Devils. Yeah, I think I want a third Devil, actually. Now that I'm looking at the deck, like, we have a lot of synergy for this card. Yeah, I don't think I'm as excited about the Gargadon anymore because it looks like we have all our different angles, right? Witch's Oven lets us sack creatures. Cookbook, not cookbook, sorry. Yeah, this gives us the creature angle. These and these give us the sacrificing food tokens angle. And then Zuranorb gives us the last angle we need, which is the ability to sacrifice lands. Agree on more Devils? Yeah, I think we play the third Devil. I don't know if I can play a fourth Devil, but the Unearths, yeah. The Unearths kind of help us be redundant with both important cards like Asmore. It's almost like every Unearth we play is more copies of Devil, more copies of Asmore, right? So I think this is a great idea. This is a great suggestion. Maybe that's the split we want, 4 Asmore with the 4 tutors. I mean, we'll probably never get to tutor for Devil through Finale, right? But I could see us getting Devil through Unmarked Unearth. Also, to go back to Shadow Spear, it's good on Devil, so I'd probably main deck it. Oh, yeah. Shadow Spear on... Yeah, because if you can give it lifelink, that's funny. Oh, that's spicy. Yeah. You equip Devil with any form of, like, Death Touch or lifelink, and he just kills things. Which, by the way, that begs the question. This is something I've been wanting to do in a deck for a long time. Just hear me out. I think this is a dumb idea, but I want to do it, kind of. If you can get Death Touch on Devil, he can just one-shot things. Yeah, I'm actually thinking... I've been trying to figure out if there's a deck that exists that could do Urza Saga plus... Like, I was thinking of, like, Walking Ballista Basilisk Collar. Oh, yes, Basilisk, please. I was trying to do this with a deck, and it just didn't work out with, like, using... using Urza Saga to go get the Basilisk Collar, and then you slap it on a Ballista. But, like, I think we just want to do that. If we can get either of these pieces of equipment on the Devil, that's pretty darn powerful, right? With Collar actually being the stronger piece. Like, don't get me wrong, I think Shadow Spear is the stronger piece if we're looking to put this on a construct, but like since we're a Devil build, I think we'd be okay maybe giving up Trample, and we'd be more interested in Basilisk Collar. -1 Finale and run both, maybe. Yeah, that's awesome that a Mayhem Devil deck would probably consider Basilisk Collar. So you think cut a Finale? Yeah, I don't know what I'm cutting. 3 Finale seems fine with 4 Graves as extra tutors. Well, but Grave doesn't tutor for... Oh, yeah, Grave doesn't tutor for Asmore, though, Video Gamer. Unmarked says, search your library for a non-legendary card. So, Unmarked Grave can't find Asmore. Or Clothies, for that matter. Unmarked can't set up either of those cards for the Unearth, just so we're aware. Just so we're tracking, we're on the same page. I can Unmarked for the Masked Vandal, then Unearth it, but... I feel like with all these I mean, I just wish this could find the Asmore, right? Because I would just play more Unearths, wouldn't I? Does make me wonder. I do think that Finale is a lot of mana. I do think that it is. I mean, it's pretty standard that you play the playset, but maybe I'm just wrong about that in this deck anyway. It's also an extra Cauldron Familiar for... Granted, it's an expensive Cauldron Familiar. It'd be a 3 mana Cauldron Familiar. But I do wonder if we're at the point where Unmarked is the better tutor in our deck out of the 2 tutors. I do think that we may have actually constructed the deck in such a way that Unmarked is actually slightly better than Devastation. Because what does Devastation do? It gets me Familiar and it gets me Asmore, and that's it. Okay, what can Unmarked do? Unmarked sets up the Devil or the Troll King or Familiar or Devil Unearth, right? So maybe you guys are right. Maybe we're at the point where Finale is actually is slightly weaker than Unmarked, just because of the way that we've construed the deck. You could make a case for second Cauldron Familiar just in case the first one gets exiled somehow. I think I want to remain greedy though, because the Witch's Ovens will still have applications, minor application, even if we lose the Familiar. It's not great in multiples, but yes, it is. The Singleton is vulnerable to Graveyard Hate, just like the 2 of Feasting Troll. I mean, our whole deck's vulnerable to Graveyard Hate, right? But what's nice is, even though we're vulnerable to Graveyard Hate, we're also just like, we have the plan B of Saga-ing, which is nice. Or plan C, I should say. Construct. Plan C. Finale is a better tutor in the decks with wide boards. Definitely not worth 4 slots. Could make a case for running 1 less Daredevil. That may skew away from the combo. No, let's, if we're going to play Collar, I want 3 Daredevils at least. And I think having another lifelink artifact is nice. Like Shadow Spear has been really good, so I mean, it's nice to suit up our creatures. Oh, Oval Chase? Could make a case for running 1 less Daredevil. Yeah. But, like, what would we... Okay, so if we... Well, I'm just concerned because the deck doesn't seem to work without Daredevil, so I liked having access to 7 of it. Because this is what we're going to go... If we don't have this piece yet, this is what we go get. Like, hands down, I can't imagine we get something different. Unless I had, like, both Witch's Ovens. If I had both Witch's Ovens naturally, I might go get the Familiar instead, but, like... Our deck is almost always going to want to go get Daredevil. I'm with you, like, maybe we could just play the 2 of. But, like, then what would that last card be, even? If we did that. Would that free up a sideboard slot and we run something that's in our sideboard into the main board, like the bone shards? Do we just like main deck one of the bone shards? Is that what you're thinking? Frees up a sideboard slot for something. We're a little soft to... I'm not even just listing enchantments, right? We're a little soft to... I think we're soft to burn. I think we're a lot softer just because... Well, I mean, we can make lots of food, but... I think, like, prowess we might be soft to, which it's a very popular deck. I don't want to be soft to them. Could be worth it, then again, probably not. Well, I think I would consider maybe mainboarding a shards, right, if we did that. It's a lot of Ragavan floating around. Like, I'm not running any removal for Rags right now, right? I mean, other than blocking him, right? Well, Asmore is removal. She just doesn't hit walkers, so I liked your Bone Shards idea. I thought that was actually kind of spicy. More flexible than the, it's certainly more flexible than, the other card I was playing. Gives us room for third Thoughtseize, gives us room for first Veil of Summer, which I'm not playing one yet. Gives us room for, which I'm surprised. I mean, maybe I shouldn't be surprised that these decks aren't playing Veil. I was a little surprised they're not playing Veil. Say Fatal Push is a pretty common card. There's a reasonable amount of hand disruption. There's a reasonable amount of people playing blue decks. Like, I do wonder why we're not playing Veil of Summers. That was perplexing to me. Some number of Veil. I mean, Scavenging Ooze is main deckable, isn't he? Or Clothies. Like one of these threats could also be main decked, and that would give me room for another Veil of Summer. Then we cut something else, or we squeeze in like shards. I mean, there's a lot we could do there with that. Maybe our deck prefers Basilisk to Shadow Spear. I know that seems weird, but the biggest benefit of Shadow Spear really is the lifelink and the fact that it gives +1/+1. But if we'd be willing to give away the +1/+1 and the trample, like Collar just has a lot of potential. Is that like a weird thing to think about? Is we could just be a Collar deck? Because again, like the best thing that comes with Shadow Spear is the lifelink component, and Collar also gives us the lifelink component. We're losing a toughness and attack power, and we're losing out on trample. The permanents your opponents control lose hexproof is relatively rare. I mean, like, you'll occasionally run into Bogles, you'll occasionally run into Enchantress, but those matchups are relatively rare. I'm just trying to squeeze more room out of the deck somehow. They fulfill similar enough roles. I'm worried about running both. I think we would need to choose, maybe. I mean, even that just lets me just do this, by the way. Boom. Just play both Bone Shards mainboard. Most decks in Modern are playing creatures and or walkers. Sure, you can make an argument that Thoughtseize is a more universal card, but I think we'd be very happy with Bone Shards for the most part. I mean, like, exceptions would be Amulet Titan. Like the Titan matchup, we would be like, ah, well, I wish we were on our Thoughtseizes in those two slots instead, you know. Yeah, if you want the most universal card from our sideboard into the main board, it's the two of Thoughtseize. You just play them. I do think that hand disruption is nice in the Asmore decks. Even though you're an engine deck, it's nice to just protect the first one and not have to go get a second one. And that's something that Thoughtseize offers. That's something that Unearth offers as well. And I think I would want them to be Thoughtseize just because Titan as prevalent as Titan being as prevalent as it is. We could just main deck those two. This seems good. All right, sweet. See a Shadow Spear. I swore by that card, but so we're getting Max Greed, which is we're only going to play 2 Daredevils, but whatever. Let's try it. So let's price this out. Hell's Kitchen. Jund Hell's Kitchen. So we're kind of not being a brewer tonight, more of an innovator, but that's fine. It's hard to be completely original when everybody's like, you know, A lot of folks are, you know, really hyped about Modern Horizons 2, and we've had our fair share of... Oh, I actually already have one of my veils. We have our fair share of, like, brews we've been working on. I actually got to go to bed, though, guys. I'm sorry. I don't have much brain anyway to play the deck yet. Can you guys just come back next stream? Hit that follow button so you know when I go live. I try to go live at least 3 or more times a week. Lately, I've been logging 4. This was the Ponza style Hell's Kitchen. If you haven't hit the follow button on my channel yet, or if you're on YouTube and you haven't subscribed yet, please consider doing that. Just so you know when the next content is coming out. On YouTube, it'll send you pings when I've released new stuff. Oh, they don't have the fancy bone shards. We'll have to get a different one. That's fine. This is almost my whole budget. Oh, that's not true. I own my own. I own most of my own Verdant Catacombs. Let's grab some bone shards. I'll try to get us into the deck though tonight, so it's like ready and available for next stream, which is always nice. I've already got my own Clothies too. Clothies, Cling, Needle. I've got a few of these cards already. Yeah, one of my veils. Okay. Alright, most of the mana base I own. So, yes, yes, no, yes, no, no, yes, yes. Need one Verdant. Need the Sagas, of course. Have my own Yavi. Perfect. So actually, we could add some expense to this. Like I could, if we cut enough, I could place a number of Ragavans in this too. If I cut enough of the price off, we could place a number of rags. I might just want to hit the optimize button and get the cheapest of everything in stock and see if we can squeeze in some more rags. I don't really care if the deck's all that pretty. Let's optimize. Change the price slightly. I actually already own the less pretty Thoughtseize, don't I? Yeah, I mean, if we get to play with some more Modern Horizons cards, I'm okay if the deck is less pretty looking. I don't care about that really too often or much. Like, I'm fine if we don't have, like, the fancy unmarked and everything. Unmarked really is not worth much at all right now. Yeah, I guess we didn't really figure that card out, did we? Cool, 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 cool beans, cool, cool, cool beans. Alright, so we have optimized price-wise. Cool, cool beans. Oh, weird. The other Gilded Goose is what's cheaper. It's a really ugly looking card, though. Alright, I think I draw the line there. I'm going to get the different keys. It's slightly cheaper, and I think I know why, because it's just a not good looking card. I draw my line in the sand somewhere. Okay, so I could get us one Ragavan at least. And how many Ragavans would we play? There are 90-something tickets right now. I can get us one. Looks like maybe. Add to cart. Check out. Yeah, I can get us one, a Singleton Ragavan. Which we would probably just go ahead and play. Cut something else. I could pretty up the deck later. If I really like this deck, I'll probably do that. Let's just get it as is. Or I can spend some time off stream and not worry about the fact that it's nice if you own a deck on Moto because it just saves it and you don't have to like go digging through your deck files if you close Magic Online. Can you just call it just call it Devil's Food Cake? I'm not gonna call it Jund. I like your name. I like that name. That's a cool name, Video Gamer. Thank you for the name suggestion. It's always funny to name Magic decks after food. We'll play some whatever number of Ragavan I can get my hands on in addition to Sagas. Yeah, thanks for the suggestion. What do we cut to squeeze in this rag? Do we cut another Finale maybe? I mean, Finale really is just extra Asmores, but she's important. I started playing with Ponza. I guess it's natural for me. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know what we cut if we're going to play Dirty Rags. Dirty Rags. Ooh, I think I just crashed my moto. It's crashing. Alright, we're good now. I just wanted to curve the deck. We have so many 1-drops, but whatever. It's not like there's a lot of Chalice decks. I mean, there are Chalice decks. They exist, but... Yeah, it didn't really change the price of the deck much for me to unprettify it. I might... once we get this config, I might just run it back and reprice it. It didn't really change the price of the deck much. Re-beautify the list. So am I cutting? With the exception of like Gilded Goose and such. Am I cutting the devastation? Probably because lands are the majority of the price. Yeah, it's the sagas. I actually own quite a bit of the mana base already. I'm missing... What am I missing out of my mana base? I'm missing the sagas. The 2 of Pete. The snow covereds. I don't need snow covereds. I can just play what lands I already have. Some basics, different basics. That's awesome that we're maybe going to play Basilisk Collar. That blows my mind. That blows my mind. I'm kind of tempted to cut the 3rd finale. But I feel like then we're going to see Asmore just a lot less. And that is one of the negatives, I think, with the Urza build. I think the Urza build is very good. I think one of the small negatives is they have less access to Asmore. But, like, I don't know, how many Asmores do we really have access to, right? Because let's not forget these Unearths. Granted, they don't help me see her the first time, but they help me to have a 2nd and a 3rd and a 4th. I kind of like this, actually. I don't really want to cut that to run the 1 of Rag. I mean, we weren't main decking the Thoughtseizes before. Maybe we don't bother now. So maybe it is just main deck a Bone Shard. Gotta kill their Ragavan, right? I don't want to have to block their Ragavan with my Ragavan. I want to kill theirs. And I do think that Bone Shards is main deckable, right? Because it gives us a discard outlet. A discard outlet for Asmore. So yeah, maybe we'll just do a 1-1 split on the Bone Shards. I think that was a really clever card suggestion. So let me cut something from the board. Probably the Cling. Like, I can't see us unmarking for that and actually, like, having enough mana to do it. I think that was kind of a bit of a pipe dream. We're not really a big enough mana deck to really benefit from that. I'm going to put this into the Discord. If you guys haven't joined the Discord, please consider doing it. We talk decks in here. I'll show you, give you a little sneak preview. The Modern section has been really blowing up lately just because we're all trying to innovate. Thanks for the name suggestion. I always have a hard time naming my decks, so thank you for doing that for me. So yeah, now the list is up there if you guys want to fiddle with it. This seems sweet. This seems right up my alley. We'll work on it next stream. I gotta get to bed, guys. It's like 5 in the morning. So I will see you on the next Bruce by the Magic Guy show. Don't go away because I'm gonna host us over to another stream. There's a lot of great content on Twitch. There's a lot of great content on, Twitch for Magic the Gathering. Thank you so much for that follow. Welcome to the Brew Crew, Video Gamer 555555. All right, what we got? Turn 1, Grief, Ephemerate. GG, well played. GG, well played. Thanks for being here, guys, and helping me brew this. Prowess Saga. Then Asmo. This looks interesting. So this is a different take on Asmo, so I want you guys to be familiar with this. So let's go say hi to this gentleman. Let's go say hi to Ekros. All right. Let's raid. But yeah, check out. This is basically the other way you can take. This is the Urza style, and it's actually very robust, very powerful. I want you guys to drink this in. I'll see you guys on the next Brew Spy. Go ahead and hit that button to raid. We'll go say hi to Ekros together, and then I gotta fall asleep. Hit that button, everybody. Hit that button. All right, let's raid. And raiding.
Sometimes. Thank you. Thank you for the raid again. Getting tons of rages. That's pretty